Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you a live update as the world wonders, many people in the world, could we see a U.S. attack on Iran soon? And look, we have a live shot. Oh my gosh. Look at this live shot that we have, which I think is cool. This is Haifa port in Israel, where according to AFP, at some point, I don't know when, at some point the USS Ford aircraft carrier is supposed to arrive there. I don't know if we'll see it, but we do have a live shot here from Haifa. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know, is there volume on this shot? I don't think there's volume on it. It's an unmanned camera. This is not a manned camera. But that is Haifa port. Yeah, I had seen some reporting that it was gonna arrive maybe today. One of our viewers said today. I had seen a report. Who posted that? That it had left Thursday. Oh wait, yeah, today is Friday, right? Yeah, that it had left. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, Reuters had reported that the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier left port near the Greek island of Crete yesterday, and it was expected to arrive on Friday near Haifa in northern Israel. I'm going to pull up that report right now, actually. The Reuters report said, actually, it's not even an article, but it was a report they posted. Hold on. Anyways, by the way, Israel time right now is, I didn't even check this. I should have. Israel time is 9:46 p.m. The audio is crackly. If it's crackly, you might be hearing audio from, I wasn't hearing any audio from the video. I can just turn it off. Hold on. I don't think there's audio on this video. I'll turn it down anyway. So we're going to get you updates here, and people are saying the audio is fine. We're going to get you updates here. President Trump is traveling to Texas today, and I think we're going to be able to show you some of his trip in Texas. Maybe he'll talk about this in Texas. People are saying the audio is fine. So we're going to show you, President Trump also talked about Iran when he was leaving the White House, which I do have a video of. We'll do a poll a little later. Maybe I'll start by showing you what President Trump said. It would be neat if we could actually see the aircraft carrier arrive on this shot. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. Let's see here. Yes, as Evelyn says, the USS Abraham Lincoln is already in the region. It'll be the second aircraft carrier in the region. Kipto Anthony says, if this war starts, it will make the 12-day war look like small fry. Look It's Mr. T says they have recently requested US and UK staff to leave. Looks like their mind is made up, but it'll likely be another couple of days. You know, there's sort of this stream of reports of country X asks personnel Y to leave country Z. There's been several of those reports over the last several days. Some new ones today I'll tell you about. Both the US and other countries. For example, US Embassy Jerusalem posted today and said, oops, I'll show you what they said. They said today, the Department of State authorized the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel from Mission Israel due to safety risks. In response to security incidents and without advance notice, the U.S. Embassy may further restrict or prohibit U.S. government employees and their family members from traveling to certain areas of Israel, the Old City of Jerusalem, and the West Bank. Persons may wish to consider leaving Israel while commercial flights are available. So this was updated today. Again, the Department of State authorized the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel from Mission Israel due to safety risks. Lucas Tomlinson, who was with Fox News, said that, if I have this right, Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News said a similar evacuation was ordered 8 days before Operation Midnight Hammer. Hey, let me thank a couple people. By the way, thanks again to Look It's Mr. T. Thank you, Erica Bush. Thanks to Knee Science. Knee Science says, has there ever been a time when so many countries urged their citizens to evacuate a country and military action did not occur? I know there's a bunch of new announcements about evacuations, but like sometimes you'll see an announcement and the country had already had a travel warning out saying you should get out of there. But like this Israel thing, I think it's new that the State Department is telling these non-emergency government personnel and family members of government personnel, they are being authorized to depart. And told persons may wish to consider leaving Israel while commercial flights are still available. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me thank a couple more people. I want to thank our moderators too. Thanks, I Am Charlie, Prep Mom, Crypto King, Ellie Lassetti, who says he did say he'd go in a month ago. Well, in January, President Trump said he would attack Iran if they killed protesters. But now it seems to be, now President Trump is emphasizing the nuclear negotiations. That seems to be the big thing now. He keeps saying he wants to make a deal. I'll show you what he said in a second. Thank you so much, Ellie Lassetti and Weasel Acres and Crypto King. Thank you, Shield and I Am Charlie, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Thanks also, JBR member and Drama Guy 8R member. Oh, and Cynthia Moon, our moderator. That's so nice of you, Cynthia. Thank you. Also, all right, let me thank our moderators. Then we're going to get to more of your comments. Oh, while I'm doing this, let me put the live shot back up of Haifa Port. We actually have a live shot of Haifa Port, where the USS Ford aircraft carrier is expected to arrive at some point. Maybe today. I don't know. So while I'm doing that, our viewer Sophia Rensing is watching from Israel. Thank you to our moderators. We have Cynthia Moon, Janet B., Leslie Ladyhawk, all moderating over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical, did I say? We also have, regarding what our viewers said, I was reading our viewers' comment. Knee science. Some people say they think, well, they can't imagine that all these military resources would be moved to the country, to move to the region and nothing happen. But we'll have to see. Thanks to our moderators on Facebook. Oops. Our viewer. Why am I hearing to myself? Not anymore. K Body, K Larry Body's moderating. Thanks, K. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. All of our Facebook moderators. We have Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And thanks to our Twitch moderators. Idaho Star, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Thanks also Reef4AU for subscribing on Twitch. CC for subscribing on Twitch. Devil Dog for subscribing on Twitch. Miranda is watching from the Netherlands. Thanks Bride of Charlie who says stop, just stop. That's all I have to say. Okay, now another thing that's going on is Marco Rubio is heading to Israel with no reporters, which is unusual, I guess. Let me show you something about that. Secretary Rubio's travel to Israel. Secretary of State Rubio will travel to Israel from March 2nd to March 3rd, 2026. Does this mean no strikes before then? I don't know. It seems like they could cancel the trip if they wanted to. But Secretary of State Rubio is supposed to travel March 2nd and March 3rd. He will discuss a range of regional priorities in Israel, including Iran, Lebanon, and ongoing efforts to implement President Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza. And by the way, Margaret Brennan, who hosts Face the Nation, she had said, didn't she say this? She said Secretary Rubio is not planning to take reporters on his trip to Israel, in a rare break with decades of precedent for secretaries of state. I don't know why that's going on. Dr. Heaton says, did Rubio read the travel advisories? Jonathan Thompson says, I think Iran will be struck if they do not agree to some sort of deal. Adrian Dreas says, when war? Our viewer Super Max Dan says, at this point, I think it's a matter of when, not if. Our viewer Isjor2 says, can we be reminded what threat Iran poses to the U.S.? Mort says, Trump isn't afraid of using force, but I don't know if it will result in a regime change. CH says, war is in our DNA. Janet B., that's so generous of you. Wow. Our moderator, Janet B. That's very kind of you, Janet B. Thanks to all of our moderators for moderating, of course. I really appreciate it. And thanks so much, Janet, for your support. That's very kind of Janet B. Thank you, Janet. Very nice of you. I appreciate that. Also, Flurf. Flurf says, I've seen unconfirmed reports from OSINT monitors. The Pentagon intercepted 3 long-range drones over the Gulf around an hour ago. Well, I haven't seen any such reports like that. If I see any kind of report I see that's reliable, I'll certainly let you know. I have not seen that myself. But thank you so much, Flurf 5245. If I see something, I'll let you know. Thanks also, Angel Mendez. Angel thinks the U.S. hopes Israel attacks first, so when Iran strikes back, they want our military. Angel says, mobile Iran dome battery spotted. Anyways, Angel thinks the U.S. wants Israel to strike first. That I have no idea. That's what Angel thinks. Thank you, Angel. Also, Mr. Nate DD, and thanks for being a member, and Peggy McGuire and Ronald Kane, thanks for being members. And Andrej from Czechia. Czechia? Or is it Czechia or Czechia? I honestly don't know. I never say this word. I never say this name out loud. I have to look it up now. I'm sorry. It's the Czech Republic. But I don't know if it's pronounced Czechia or Czechia. Let's say Czechia, but I might be wrong. Anyways, thank you, Andrej Zatlukal from Czechia or Czechia, the Czech Republic. Or is it the Czech Republic? Oh, no. Jacques says Czechia is best. I was trying to find the pronunciation. Well, all right, I want to read some more comments. I want to get you some more updates. I want to show you what President Trump had to say. President Trump, I have the video of him outside the White House a little earlier today. I am seeing online talk that it is Czechia. Pam BK says, I think Israel will strike first, then supported by U.S. military and going in for regime change. Matthias Joseph Wynn says the last time Israel and USA attacked Iran, it was by surprise. It was the day before planned Iranian negotiations. I think when the U.S. attacked last year, President Trump had given, I think, around 12 days or 10 days or something to Iran. Then a few days later, the U.S. attacked. I mean, some people say, oh, President Trump's traveling today, or President Trump said today that more negotiations are going to happen, which, I mean, he is traveling and he did say that, but at this point, I don't know when timing's going to be. Who knows? Parallel Sun says the Department of Warmongers. Mr. Matuz says Turkey is canceling flights. I saw some report claiming that, but then I saw some other report claiming that they weren't canceling flights. I got to check on all of it. I will say this. Um, so Manny Fabian, who is with Times of Israel, Manny reported today at least 9 American refueling tankers arrived at Israel's Ben Gurion airport overnight as part of the U.S.'s massive buildup of military forces in the Middle East. In all, 14 U.S. refueling tanker aircraft arrived at Ben Gurion Airport in Israel in the past week. Manduri thinks it's going down. Danny says Israel will not attack first. Molly Morgan says he was traveling last time too. I don't remember this. When the U.S. struck the nuclear facilities, was President Trump traveling at that time? I don't even remember. Was he in Europe or something? Sounds like an AI question. Thanks to Frisian Drone Aviator. I didn't see the IEA statement. I'll have to look for it. Thank you. Thanks also Lidwine Elizabeth. Yeah, Lidwine Elizabeth, there was some claims yesterday that negotiations went well and some reports that they didn't go well. I'm going to show you what President Trump said today, shortly. I just looked online, and I don't see anything that. I did a quick check online, and my check said that President Trump was not traveling during Operation Midnight Hammer. I mean, that could be wrong. I didn't remember him traveling during Midnight Hammer. I would have to really go back and research it, though. Brendela says he was at Mar-a-Lago. Oh. One of our viewers says he was at the White House. Another says he was at Mar-a-Lago. Again, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. Was it yesterday that Oman's foreign minister yesterday, and Oman was, I think, involved in the negotiations. Oman's foreign minister yesterday, Badr Ablusaidi, he said yesterday, as you can see right here, we have finished the day after significant progress in the negotiation between the U.S. and Iran. We will resume soon after consultation in the respective capitals. Discussions on a technical level will take place next week in Vienna, he said. I am grateful to all concerned for their efforts, the negotiators, the IAEA, and our host, the Swiss government. I'm going to show you more about the talks. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I want to show you here. Hang on, one moment here. I looked on the IA social media Frisian Drone Aviator and didn't see a new statement posted by them, but I will look around. I thought I saw maybe something about it, but I'll have to look around. Thank you. Thanks also Andrew Gagner, or Gagne. Andrew says, if you're the Iranian regime, this all seems inevitable. Hitting first must be under serious consideration, right? That's what Andrew says. Well, I mean, look. I mean, it just depends on what their strategy is. I mean, I don't think Iran seriously thinks it's going to militarily defeat the United States. So it depends on what their strategy is. What is their overall plan? They might have a plan where they think, well, the U.S. is going to launch some sort of attack, but it'll be quick. And if that's what they think, then they might not want to launch any big attack on U.S. because they might think it might make it worse. I don't know. It's just, you got to try to figure. Again, Iran's strategy is not going to be, let's defeat the U.S. in a war, a regular war, because it's not going to happen. So they have to have some other sort of strategy. I don't know what their strategy is. Thank you so much. Andrew Gagne. Also Ellie Lassetti and Glue Taster. Glue Taster says the Ford arrived this AM. Well, I didn't hear that, Glue Taster. This is literally a live shot from AFP saying the Ford is expected to arrive at some point in Haifa. I haven't heard that the Ford arrived in Haifa. If you have a document, if you have some reliable report on that, please send it to me and let me know. Thank you to Glue Taster and D. Gad and Gayla S. are members, and Heather Sample. All right, let me show you. Let's look at what let's look at what President Trump had to say today. Dean R. viewers thinks Ayatollah doesn't care that thousands of his citizens could perish? Okay, I'm going to put President Trump on the screen right now. I have his remarks from today, from the White House. Let me put this on the screen for you. Okay, so hold on. He took some questions. Hold on.
Take a look at Louisiana.
So, let's look at this. Now, you're going to see President Trump on your screen. And the thing is, there he is. So this is going to be a little loud because I believe he was getting on a helicopter. So give me a moment. Let me just put on the screen also. Earlier today, the White House. Let me get that up on the screen. This isn't all about Iran, but I know he talked about Iran. So let's hear what President Trump said. This was not that long ago, before he headed out to Texas. And then we'll take some more of your comments here. So it's a little loud, but I think we can hear him. Let's see how it sounds. You'll hear more in a second. He comes up to the camera. He's going to walk towards us. You can't hear him right this second, but he hasn't started taking the questions yet. So give it a moment.
No, I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. So I'm not thrilled with that. We'll see what happens. We're talking later. We'll have some additional talks today. But no, I'm not happy with the way they're going.
Are you concerned at all about President Bill Clinton being deposed and that sets precedent for you and your family?
I don't like seeing him deposed. But,
I want to... The sound is so bad. The sound is so bad because the helicopter. But you just heard him say he was not happy with Iran and that so far they're not giving what the U.S. wants in the negotiations. Again, the sound is really bad, but let me just play that bit again here. Where he starts... The first question is about Iran.
A lot of spirit. No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. So I'm not thrilled with that. We'll see what happens. We're talking later. We'll have some additional talks today. But no, I'm not happy with the way they're going.
Are you concerned at all about President Bill?
So he said he's not happy with them in the negotiations. We'll have additional talks today, he said. You heard him. That's what he said. I don't know. Let me play a little more of this. I don't know if he gave more comments on Iran. And the sound's really bad. But let's just listen to a little more of this. Not all of this is about Iran. He said more talks today. All right, hold on. You're going to hear him talk about some other things too. But let's see what he had to say.
I don't like seeing him deposed, but, they certainly went after me a lot more than that. I don't like seeing him. Look, I like him, and I don't like seeing him deposed.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, Howard would go in and do whatever he has to say. He's a very innocent guy, doing a good job.
Mr. President, you successfully from Iraq now into Iraq. What's your message to the Iraqi leadership?
Well, I get along very well with the Iraqi leadership. Thank you.
Governor Lookner posted on social media that they're planning to deal the 2026 midterm elections. In fact, he says the plan is already underway. How do you respond to Governor Pritzker?
Well, he's got to focus on crime in his state. The crime in his state's doing very badly. If we went and took care of it, what we would do, just like Washington, D.C., we have no crime. Memphis, it's down 82%. Louisiana, you take a look at Louisiana, what he should really do is focus on crime in his state, because there's too much of it.
Have you made a final decision of Iran? Have you made a final decision on Iran? Have you made a final decision?
No, I haven't.
Do you believe that Iran is going to use nuclear weapons?
If negotiation breaks down with Iran.
Well, we haven't made a final decision. We're not exactly happy with the way they're negotiating. They cannot have nuclear weapons, and we're not thrilled with the way they're negotiating. So we'll see how it all works.
So that was another comment on Iran. he said they can't have nuclear weapons. We're not thrilled with the way they're negotiating, but he said we haven't made a final decision. That's what he just said. This is today. This is just a couple hours ago, I think. You just heard him say it. All right, let's hear what else he has to say.
The Cuban government is talking with us, and they're in a big deal of trouble, as you know. They have no money, they have no anything right now, but they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the post?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and we could very well, something good, I think very positive for the people that were expelled or worse from Cuba that live here. You know, we have people living here that want to go back to Cuba, and they're very happy with what's going on.
The last news of Epstein-5, particular what about that?
I don't know anything about the Epstein files, you know. I've been fully exonerated. Yeah,
With the options that you've been briefed on for Iran, is there a risk that strikes could turn into a long, drawn-out conflict in the Middle East?
I guess you could say there's always a risk. You know, when there's war, there's a risk in anything, both good and bad. We've had tremendous luck with myself, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, everything's worked out, and then we do the Midnight Hammer and so many others. Everything's worked out, and we want to keep it that way, but we're going to see. Look, it'd be wonderful if they'd negotiate really in good conscience, good faith and conscience, but they are not getting there. So far, Peter, they're not getting there.
And has your team told you that if you use the military now, that there will be regime change right away?
No, nobody's told me that. You don't know. I mean, nobody knows. There might be, and there might not be. It'd be nice if we could do it without, but sometimes you have to do it with. When you looked at look, we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nothing close. I'd love not to use it, but sometimes you have to.
Mr. President, to be clear,
doing very badly, failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it, and at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food. And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help.
Mr. President,
See, now he's far away from the camera, so we can't really hear him now. Barely can hear him anymore. He wasn't mic'd.
Sir, are you
25,000 people died last month. It's crazy.
We'll see if we can hear him any better in a second.
Absolutely, it's a shame.
Sir, are you considering a national emergency? Are you considering a national emergency around the midterm elections?
Who told you that?
There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering that?
Mr. President, what's your
I can't. I have to turn the audio down. I have to pause it. Sorry about that. It just got crazy with the sound. I think. Oh, is that it? Oh, that was about it anyway. That was about it anyway. And then he leaves. Oh no! Now he's back here. Hold on. Did he come back for more, or what happened? Or no? Is this just a replay of the first part? What is this? It looks like maybe the camera moved. So let's see right here. Did the camera move and then get better audio? So I'm going to hit play again.
Well, we're having tremendous luck with oil. We've got more oil than anybody, and the prices of gasoline are coming way down. And prices generally are coming way down. The pricing it's been amazing what we've been able to do in 1 year. Prices are way down, led by energy, led by oil. So it's Texas. It's a little bit of an oil meeting, I would say. Thank you. No, I haven't heard about that.
Camera moving again. Camera moving again. The camera's strong.
Pakistan has waged a war against Afghanistan. Have they asked you to intervene? Has anyone reached out to you on that?
Well, I would, but I get along with Pakistan, as you know, very well. Very, very well. You have a great prime minister. You have a great general there. You have a great leader. That I think two of the people that I really respect a lot. And I think that Pakistan is doing terrifically well, yeah.
Mr. President, why you are not happy about Nouri Maliki nominated to become a new Prime Minister of Iran?
We're going to see what happens with Iran. We're going to see what happens.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It'll all work out well. And I like Iraq, and I like the people of Iraq a lot.
Mr. President, do you support people of Iran, including the Kurds?
Sorry about the, I know the audio was not ideal. But that was just a couple hours ago or so, and you heard him say, he said he hasn't made a final decision on Iran. He said they may have to use the military. He doesn't want to, but sometimes you have to. He said he didn't think Iran was giving the U.S. what the U.S. wanted in the negotiations, but there were more negotiations, more talks happening today, he said. What can I tell you? So you heard what he had to say. He's going to be appearing shortly in Texas. I think we're going to have some footage of him in Texas. So maybe he'll have more to say about Iran when he gets to Texas. Okay, let's get back to, enough of that shot. Let's get back to your comments and updates, and also the live shot from, again, this is Haifa. Oops, hold on a moment. You can't see where it's from. You'll see it in a second. This is from, hold on. This is from Haifa port in Israel. That is a live shot from Haifa port in Israel, where the USS Ford aircraft carrier is expected to arrive at some point. Reuters had reported that it might arrive there today. But that is the live shot from Haifa port in Israel. On Thursday, the USS Ford aircraft carrier left from near Crete in Greece. Our viewer Liminal says this is really scary. Zane Isaiah says, is it on? I don't know what's going to happen. Our viewer Roger Davis Jr. thinks there's too much tension in the air for something not to be happening. No, I don't have any Iran cameras. I pretty much never have Iran cameras. Iran controls their media output pretty tightly there. The only time I ever have Iran cameras is when, I think, usually when it's a government feed. Hey, thanks to Sean Ryder for your support. Also Harper Ann for being a member. The Scaled One, thank you. Also Katie, our member. Katie says, I am tired fam. World News Go Burr. Thanks ACC from Norway, ACC 75 for your support, and also Rug T Vet for the membership. And Glue Taster. I'll have to check my messages, Glue Taster. Yeah, the message you sent me, Glue Taster, does not cite a source. It says that the Ford reportedly arrived this morning off the coast of Haifa, but it doesn't say what its sources are. So I don't know what reports that account is citing. Dr. C. Duplantis said Ford is already there, but it's docking at the port. It has two flight operations at sea. Again, I don't know for sure. What I can tell you is that AFP, which is producing this video, says view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on a second. Do I have anything from Israel news outlets? Let's see. So Haaretz, they just posted a headline with no article. Haaretz Israel. They said USS Ford arrives in Israel. But there's no detail whatsoever. None. So I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. I see reports that maybe it was off the coast of Israel. So maybe it's supposed to dock in Haifa. I don't know. It's very confusing. Let me check one other thing here. Israel. Yeah, it's just unclear to me. Some of our viewers saying it's not docking in Israel. Maybe it's not docking in Israel. Just off coast? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Again, I'm just saying AFP, who is actually producing this video, the title of the video is View of Haifa Port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. Maybe I'll put on there AFP, USS Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive, time TBD. The ship had already docked. It was docked in, if I have this right, when it was in Crete or near Crete. One of our viewers said I-24 says it'll arrive at the port. Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, so Israel Hayom news outlet said that the Ford was at a NATO naval base in Crete for 4 days. It took on supplies and equipment at this base. They said it was expected to reach Israel within 24 hours, and that's a report. That report isn't even from today. That report is from yesterday. Let me check a couple of different things here. Hang on a moment. Now, the Times of Israel said 4 hours ago that the Ford is expected to arrive at Israeli coast today. 4 hours ago, Times of Israel said it is en route to the Haifa area, for whatever that's worth. The Times also reported, the Times of Israel, that Friday night flights from Istanbul to Tehran are canceled. Oh, that's from AFP. AFP reported that Friday night flights from Istanbul airport to Tehran are canceled. And 4 flights to Tehran for Saturday are also canceled, but 6 other flights on Saturday from Istanbul to Tehran are still on the schedule. So some flights from Istanbul to Tehran got canceled, but others are still on the schedule. Hey, thanks so much to Wyatt. Wyatt thinks Trump needs to disregard public reaction and end the terrorist regime already at any cost. Thanks also to Shaft for the memberships. I really appreciate it, Shaft. Thank you. Thanks also, Babelicious, our member. Thank you to One Accedi. Yes, we discussed the U.S. Embassy report. We already mentioned and read the U.S. Embassy Jerusalem report, in which the U.S. Embassy Jerusalem said that they had authorized the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel from Mission Israel due to safety risks. And they said persons may wish to consider leaving Israel while commercial flights are available. Let's see here. Thank you also to Sean Ryder, who thinks the war will start right after the stock market closes today. Thank you also to ET Coin. Thank you again, Glue Taster. Also, shout out to our moderators here. We have Beth Mythical and Janet B moderating over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We also have over on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Also, thanks I Got That Fire for subscribing, and Tristan King for subscribing, and Enraged Postman for cheer for the bits on Twitch. Also, Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks also Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley for moderating, and Christy Claft for subscribing, and Jennifer Ellers for subscribing on Facebook, and Susan Priest-Buchner for subscribing. We are supposed to hear from President Trump fairly soon and have some live video of him. Maybe he'll talk more about this. He is supposed to be speaking he's going to receive a briefing on energy, but then he's going to make remarks in Texas, in Corpus Christi, I believe. Yes, so who knows? He might talk about Iran then. And I'm supposed to have some video of that for you. So when I get the live video, I will show you that. One of our viewers said, what happened to Maga Nakarda says, what happened to help is on the way? Let me give you an update here from, as we look at this live shot from Haifa Port. So let me give you an update via Reuters. I'm going to tell you some of their reporting here. They say, today, this is from this morning, U.S.-Iran talks end with no deal, but potential signs of progress. Reuters says the U.S. and Iran made progress in talks over Tehran's nuclear program yesterday. According to the mediator Oman, the country of Oman, but hours of negotiation ended with no sign of a breakthrough that could avert potential U.S. strikes amid a massive military buildup. The two sides plan to resume negotiations soon after consultations in their country's capitals, with technical level discussions scheduled to take place next week in Vienna, said Oman's foreign minister. The Oman foreign minister it's also said he was going to hold it. Did that already happen? Did he already say that the Oman foreign minister already say that he had talks today with J.D. Vance? That might have already happened today. Hold on, let me double check. Yes, so the foreign minister of Oman said today, I met Vice President J.D. Vance today and shared details of the ongoing negotiation between the U.S. and Iran and the progress achieved so far. I am grateful for their engagement and look forward to further and decisive progress in the coming days. Peace is within our reach, he said. It's from like an hour ago. He says, peace is within our reach. Our viewer, Mr. Rahil, says, what time are the sirens going off? Grounded in Truth says, delay, 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 why? The time in Iran is 12:13 a.m. I believe Tehran is 30 minutes. They're 30 minutes ahead than I think most other countries. They have like a 30-minute offset than a lot of countries do. 12:13 a.m. in Tehran right now. Our viewer Turtle Hands thinks the show of force is typical Trump leverage. Alaskan Lost, our viewer, thinks it's not happening this weekend because they are giving other nationals time to flee back to their countries, i.e. Russia, China, Russia, India, etc. Oh, hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to mention something else. So Reuters says that Any substantial move toward an elusive agreement between longtime foes Washington and Tehran could reduce the imminent prospects, that means could happen very, very soon, for U.S. President Trump to carry out a threatened attack that many fear could escalate into a wider war. With many analysts seeing the latest diplomacy as the last chance before Trump could decide to go to war, the Oman foreign minister provided no details and stopped short of saying the two sides had overcome their biggest stumbling blocks to a deal. He said there had been progress. The Oman foreign minister said yesterday that it was decided the next round of negotiations will take place soon, in less than a week. Trump has repeatedly threatened action if there is no deal. He said the same thing today. The Trump administration has insisted that Iran's ballistic missile program and its support for armed groups in the region must be part of negotiations. Also, the Trump administration wants this is me talking here, the Trump administration wants Iran to give up nuclear enrichment. Yes, as Reuters says, Washington, which believes Tehran seeks the ability to build a nuclear bomb, wants Iran to give up all uranium enrichment, a process that makes fuel for atomic power plants, but that can also yield material for a nuclear warhead. Iran has long denied wanting a bomb and said earlier on Thursday it would show flexibility at the talks. Trump had said on February 19th, 8 days ago, that Iran must make a deal in 10 to 15 days, warning that really bad things would otherwise happen. Fireforge says it's time. Darren Wharton says Iran is not Venezuela. People should be careful when wishing for war. Mushrat says the truth is nobody knows what's going to happen. NV Fuher, or Tuher, says, didn't Trump tell us their nuclear program was obliterated? Give me one moment here. We're going to be hearing from Trump again in a little bit today, live. Math is Dev Rumor or something like that says, there we go, bro, writings on the wall already. Maybe we'll do a poll. Let's do a poll. HBMC says all this because of Israel. All right, the poll is going to be, when will U.S. attack be? But I'll have an option that says never. Or I'll say U.S. won't attack. When will U.S. attack be? This weekend, next week, later, and no attack. Those are the four options. I'm posting it. Sorry, Facebook. Polls not fixed yet on Facebook as far as I'm aware. I can try it again today and see if it works. When will U.S. attack be? This weekend, next week, later, or no attack? All right, I just posted it on X. Now I'm going to post it. I best posted it on YouTube. I can't post it on X. I'm going to post it on Twitch now. Here is, I'm posting the poll on Twitch for you. We'll see what our viewers have to say. This weekend, next week, later, never. Okay, that worked. Now I'm going to try posting it on Facebook, but it's been broken for months on Facebook, the polls. And I can't see what people, I'm unable to see how people are voting. But I'll try it one more time. Just to do it. Unable to, oops, sorry. Give me a moment and I'll show you what you guys are saying. Polls, okay. This weekend, next week, later, never, save. Yeah, their system is still all messed up, the Facebook system. Active. Yeah, I posted it with Facebook, and I can't see people's results. Once again, I don't even know if people on Facebook can see the poll. I'll see, but let's see. I'm looking at the Facebook broadcast myself. How people are voting. I do see it myself in Facebook. But I see the poll. I don't know if people can vote in Facebook, but I can see it myself. It's in gray. Facebook, can you see it or not? Some of our viewers, the problem is Facebook, I'm not seeing your results. Oh, the Facebook, oh my gosh, guys, huge breaking news. After, it has to be 6 months or so, Facebook has fixed the polls. Can you believe this? It is really unbelievable that Facebook has fixed their polls. All right, so let's show you what all the platforms are voting. I don't believe it. I honestly don't believe it. I cannot believe they fixed it. All right, now, here is what people are saying. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. I'm putting it on the screen for you right now. Over on YouTube, here is the current vote on YouTube. You'll see it in 2 seconds. Over 50% on YouTube say this weekend. Wow. 53% say this weekend on YouTube. 17% say next week. 11% say later. 19% say no attack. Wow. Okay, now I'm going to go over to Twitch. When will U.S. attack be? Look at Twitch, 51%. People really think it's going to happen soon. On Twitch, it's 51% say this weekend, 20% next week, 8% later, 22% never. Now, can I pop up the Facebook result here? Where is it? Hold on. I think I can find it. I don't know if people on Facebook can see the results themselves. I should be able to see it on Facebook. Let me just see if I can still see it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Now look at this. Look at what Facebook says. Look at what Facebook says. This is some consistency across the platforms. Amazing. 52% on Facebook say this weekend, 19% next week, 10% later, 19% never. So 52% on Facebook say this weekend, 53% on Twitch say this weekend, and 54% on YouTube say this weekend. Wow. A lot of consistency there. Thanks for voting in our poll. We'll see what happens. I didn't know that so many people were going to say this weekend. We're closing the results on Facebook. Well, I guess it worked on Facebook. It seemed to have worked. Okay. Where is it? Oops, hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I guess it worked on Facebook. It seemed to have worked. Okay, now we have to keep an eye on Texas because President Trump is supposed to be speaking in Texas, and I'm supposed to have video of that for you shortly. I think his Texas speech is supposed to be at 4:30. We'll see if it's on time. Hey, a quick thank you to G. Callan for the memberships. That's so nice of you, G. Callan. Thank you. Also, thanks Cecile from Norway. Thank you. Cecile thinks Israel might attack Iran first. Oh, did Trump post about is it anthropic or anthropic? This is another word I never say out loud. I'm going to say anthropic. Oh, we might lose our Haifa feed. Let's see. Is the Haifa feed going down? No, I think the Haifa feed's all right. I think the Haifa feed is all right for the moment. I don't know. We may be losing the Haifa feed. We're getting spinning circle on the Haifa feed. I don't know how long we're going to have it for. Hey guys, it's still there. A new post from President Trump about anthropic AI. Anthropic AI. Hold on a moment here. I'm going to show you that right now. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning it. Spicy tuna roll. Hold on. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Here is what President Trump just posted about the AI company Anthropic. Wait, give me one second. Here is his post from 10 minutes ago. Remember, there's been this, we haven't been covering it here, but there's been this dispute where the US military wants to use Anthropic AI, but Anthropic wants to have limitations on how the military can use it. President Trump says, the United States of America will never allow a radical left woke company to dictate how our great military fights and wins wars. That decision belongs to your commander-in-chief and the tremendous leaders I appoint to run our military. The left-wing nut jobs at Anthropic have made a disastrous mistake trying to strong-arm the Department of War and force them to obey their terms of service instead of our Constitution. Their selfishness is putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national security in jeopardy. If I remember right, by the way, I believe Anthropic had said they don't want their AI to be used for, if I remember it right, I'll check on this. They don't want it to be used for mass surveillance, and they don't want it to be used in situations where weapons can kill people without human oversight. I think those are the two cases. Anyways, President Trump says, therefore, I am directing every federal agency in the United States government to immediately cease all use of Anthropic's technology. We don't need it. We don't want it, and will not do business with them again. There will be a 6-month phase-out period for agencies like the Department of War who are using Anthropic's products at various levels. Anthropic better get their act together and be helpful during this phase-out period, or I will use the full power of the presidency to make them comply with major civil and criminal consequences to follow. We will decide the fate of our country, not some out-of-control, radical left AI company run by people who have no idea what the real world is all about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. And Pete Hegseth reposted this, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Department of Defense, Department of War, said, thank you for your attention to this matter. Let me just get you a little background on that for a second. So, big announcement on Anthropic. They're going to stop using Anthropic AI. Hold on a moment here. Oopsie. Here's a little summary here. Trump, just as the background, Trump says he is directing federal agencies to cease use of Anthropic AI technology. Trump's directive comes amid a feud between the Pentagon and top AI lab Anthropic over concerns about how the military could use AI at war. Anthropic has demanded that Anthropic has refused to remove safeguards that would prevent its technology from being used to target weapons autonomously and conduct surveillance in the United States. Anthropic posted about this a couple days ago. So, just to, again, as background here, you could see statement from Dario Amodei on our discussions with the Department of War. Anthropic is one of the leaders in AI technology, and the Department of War has been using their AI. What they said, among other things that Anthropic said, here, let me just show you here. This is directly from the company recently. They said in their open letter, in a narrow set of cases, the company said, we believe AI can undermine rather than defend democratic values. Some uses are simply outside of the bounds of what today's technology can safely and reliably do. 2 such use cases have never been included with our contracts with the Department of War, and we believe they should not be included now. Case 1, mass domestic surveillance. We support the use of AI for lawful foreign intelligence and counterintelligence missions. But using these systems for mass domestic in the U.S. surveillance is incompatible with democratic values. AI-driven mass surveillance presents serious novel risks to our fundamental liberties. To the extent that such surveillance is currently legal, this is only because the law has not yet caught up with rapidly growing capabilities of AI. Anyways, for example, under current law, the government can purchase detailed records of Americans' movements, web browsing, and associations from public sources without obtaining a warrant, a practice the intelligence community has acknowledged raises privacy concerns, and that has generated bipartisan opposition in Congress. Powerful AI makes it possible to assemble this scattered, individually innocuous data into a comprehensive picture of any person's life automatically and at a massive scale. 2. Fully autonomous weapons. Partially autonomous weapons in control of themselves, partially, like those used today in Ukraine, are vital to the defense of democracy. Even fully autonomous weapons, those that take humans out of the loop entirely and automate selecting and engaging targets, may prove critical for our national defense. But today, frontier AI systems are simply not reliable enough to power fully autonomous weapons. We will not knowingly provide a product that puts America's warfighters and civilians at risk. We have offered to work directly with the Department of War on R&D to improve the reliability of these systems, but they have not accepted this offer. In addition, without proper oversight, fully autonomous weapons cannot be relied upon to exercise the critical judgment that our highly trained professional troops exhibit every day. They need to be deployed with proper guardrails, which doesn't exist today. So, Anthropic AI had been telling the Department of War / Department of Defense, we will not approve you using our AI for mass domestic surveillance and fully autonomous weapons. In a result today, just a few minutes ago, the outcome of all this is President Trump posting this message to Anthropic. The United States of America will never allow a radical left woke company to dictate how our great military fights and wins wars. That decision belongs to your commander-in-chief and the tremendous leaders I appoint to run our military. The left-wing nut jobs at Anthropic have made a disastrous mistake trying to strong-arm the Department of War and force them to obey their terms of service instead of our Constitution. Their selfishness is putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national security in jeopardy. Therefore, I am directing every federal agency in the U.S. government to immediately cease the use of Anthropic's technology. We don't need it, we don't want it, and will not do business with them again. There will be a 6-month phase-out period for agencies like the Department of War who are using Anthropic's products at various levels. Anthropic better get their act together and be helpful during this phase-out period, or I will use the full power of the presidency to make them comply with major civil and criminal consequences to follow. We will decide the fate of our country, not some out-of-control, radical left AI company run by people who have no idea what the real world is all about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So, new from President Trump. That just happened. What will they replace it with? Which AI company are they going to replace it with? Okay, so that's going on. This is some new breaking news. Some new breaking news. Let's just go back for the moment to the Haifa port live shot in Israel. I didn't know that was going to. He might talk about that today in Texas as well. I'm waiting to get footage from Texas. Oh, I missed one other thing I want to mention. I missed this from earlier today. This was earlier today, and I missed it. Attorney General Pam Bondi earlier today said the Justice Department unsealed an indictment charging 30 more people who took part in the attack on City's Church in Minnesota. This was a church in St. Paul where there was an anti-ICE protest went into the church. She says, at my direction, federal agents have already arrested 25 of them with more to come throughout the day. You cannot attack a house of worship, she says. If you do so, you cannot hide from us. We will find you, arrest you, and prosecute you. The Justice Department, this Justice Department stands for Christians and all Americans of faith. That's the incident in which Don Lemon was charged for too. So I wanted to let you know about that. Harmeet Dillon announced 26 of them had been arrested, 4 to go. She is, I believe she's an associate attorney general, I believe. Hang on a moment here. Assistant attorney general, sorry. All right, so I'll keep you updated on the Anthropic situation. That's a whole new story. One moment here. Just one moment. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. We have so much to talk about with Iran, too, that we need to discuss. We will. Oh, so let me just give you a little more background on the Anthropic story real quick. So AP reports, as we just heard, Trump orders all federal agencies to phase out use of Anthropic AI technology. Hang on. Anthropic, their AI is well. They have created Claude. Claude is one of the main competitors to ChatGPT, by the way. That's their primary product. Anthropic does a lot of business with big companies and government. So Trump today said he's ordered all federal agencies to phase out use of Anthropic because Anthropic has said that they didn't want their AI used by the military in certain ways, specifically for mass domestic surveillance and also autonomous weapons. Weapons where there was no human who was making the final call on how the weapons were used. Weapons where the AI is in complete control of the weapon. And Trump's comments today came just over an hour before the Pentagon's deadline for Anthropic to allow unrestricted military use of its AI technology or face consequences. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Hold on one second here. I just have to do one other thing. Yes, the stream is live and the live shot is live. It's all live. All right, let's get back. We can talk about more Anthropic stuff in a little bit, which we will. I do want to talk more about the Iran stuff and take some more comments on the Iran stuff, obviously. That's our chief topic of discussion. And President Trump is supposed to be speaking in Texas pretty soon. Maybe he'll talk about Iran. We're supposed to have live footage of that. Oh, I did want to mention this to you. By the way, thanks so much to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Ruth over on YouTube, thank you. And hold on, I got to take some more comments too. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating. And also, one moment here. On Twitch, thank you for moderating. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks also Disco Inferno for subscribing on Twitch, and Aloynia, and I Got That Fire, and Tristan King. Also, Linda Belglary, Misha moderate for us on X, thank you so much. Also, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Thanks Barry Eisler for subscribing over there, and Christy Claft. Thanks, Greg Sandridge, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that, Greg Sandridge. Thank you. And quick thanks to Mega Airhead for being a member on X on YouTube. Rise CPT. One Act CD said Anthropic made all 150 plus of their connectors free today. I have to confess, I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. That's what our viewer 1xcd said. If that's true. Thank you, 1xcd. Thanks also, Lord Doc. I said what the poll results were, Lord Doc. Over 50% of all the platforms said that an attack would be this weekend. Thank you, Lord Doc. And Stoned in the Wasteland. Stoned in the Wasteland says Anthropic's a private company with the best AI. If they don't want to use it to hurt U.S. citizens, that's their right. They're not breaking any laws. Thanks, YTIF21, our member. And the real Ought Kev, who says every day the U.S. does an attack is going to cost millions. You mean to like maintain the posture? All right. I'm having some issues with a couple internet things. I hope the broadcast is still working. Let me check down detector. The broadcast seems to be working. Anyone else having some internet sites not work in the last couple minutes? Am I the only one? There's a couple things I used that stopped working a few minutes ago. Down detector's not working. Is anyone having problems with their internet right now? Anyone in the chat? YouTube seems to work. Is X not working? I just went to down detector. In down detector, I got a bad gateway error. X is not working for me. Down detector is not working. Something else that I use is not working. But I don't know if it's just me. I mean, Google's working. That's the weird thing. Google's working, YouTube is working. Now, a bunch of our viewers are saying everything's working for me, so maybe it's something particular to where I am. Yeah, maybe something in my location. I'm still in Buenos Aires. Let's hope YouTube keeps working for me and all of our platforms. Hang on, let me try something else here. Strange. Just a couple minutes ago. But you guys can still see the stream. Yeah, it's really strange. Google's working fine. Yeah, some sites are working great and other sites just... That's the weird thing. It's not every site. It's some sites. Some of our viewers say Amazon has issues. Some of the viewers are having issues. I will say that. Hey, thanks Darlene Carrick and Evelyn Kumbalik for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so let me see. I'll check my phone. Let me check my phone too. Where did I put my phone? Once I grab my phone, I will check my phone. Hang on, I have my phone here. That's my backup. Let's see if things are working on my phone. Yeah, it's working on my phone. Maybe I just need to like restart my browser or something, but it's not working other places. Let me try one other thing. It's not the browser. It's very weird. Very strange that some things work and other things don't work. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll check on my phone. I'll check down detector on my phone. It's not working up well. Get off my Wi-Fi. Okay. It's something. On my phone I can see down detector, so I don't know what's going on. All right. Well. Hopefully everything resolves itself. It's very strange. Oh, some of our viewers are having problems. Some of our viewers are having problems with things. They're mentioning in the chat. I just got down detector back on my computer, so it is working again here, sort of. But some of our viewers are now mentioning that they are having some issues. Cloudflare and Streamlabs are having issues. Statement by Rubio. All right, well, let me see if I can pull up Rubio's statement. My X wasn't even working. I have to do it on my phone because my X isn't working on my computer. So hang on. The stream still seems to be working, though. Thank goodness. Rubio did he post on his X? He didn't post on the official secretary account. I don't know. People are saying there's a Rubio statement, but he didn't post on his X account because I just checked it. Tingley said Discord went down. Hold on, I have to look at my phone again because I can't even look at X on my computer now. I can only look at it on my phone if I just use not even use the Wi-Fi. I need to use like cell data. Hold on. The U.S. has declared Iran a state sponsor of wrongful detention, says Joe Trusman. I think I see this statement here that people are talking about. So I'll try to get this up on the screen for you, if that works. Okay, newsroom. Press releases. No, that's not it. Is it in my inbox? Let's see. Hold on. I am seeing something about this statement from, I don't know how big a deal this is. Statement from Rubio. It says, today I am designating Iran as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. When the Iranian regime seized power 47 years ago, Ayatollah Khomeini consolidated his control of power by endorsing the hostage-taking of U.S. embassy staff. For decades, Iran has committed to cruelly detain innocent Americans as well as citizens of other nations to use in political leverage against other states. This abhorrent practice must end. President Trump issued an executive order to protect U.S. nationals from wrongful detention abroad last fall, and Congress enacted the Countering Wrongful Detention Act of 2025, authorizing the department to designate Iran a state sponsor of wrongful detention. If Iran does not stop, we will be forced to consider additional measures, including a potential geographic travel restriction on the use of U.S. passports to, through, and or from Iran. That's what the statement is saying, the one that came out today. I don't know how big a deal this is. And the statement says the department regime must stop taking hostages and release all Americans unjustly detained in Iran. Steps that could end this designation and associated actions. We encourage it to do so. No American should travel to Iran for any reason. We reiterate our call for Americans who are currently in Iran to leave immediately. So that was the statement from Marco Rubio. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know that it really, it's an interesting day for it to come out, but doesn't seem to really talk, doesn't talk about the U.S. attacking Iran or anything. I am still having some significant internet issues here in Argentina. I don't know. Cloudflare, is Cloudflare having some issues maybe in certain parts of the world? I don't know. But I am certainly having some issues with some sites here in Argentina. Cloudflare status. I don't know. I don't see anything really new. Global Ops says we have an internet issue in Bulgaria. So there are certain sites I just can't even open. I can open it on my phone if I use my cell data. But there's a bunch of sites that I normally, that just right in the middle, like about 15 minutes ago, they stopped working. And I'm getting error messages on the sites. Not all sites, some sites. Some of them work fine. Via JR says, me too, personal ISP. Random Stuff says, AWS went down, back up now. Is Trump talking right now? Hold on a second here. Yeah, Trump is speaking, but I don't have the rights to use the stream right now. He is speaking. He's supposed to speak. Hold on. Let me see if I can listen to it. We're supposed to have live coverage of his speech. He's doing an appearance right now. But let me just see if I can pull it up on my TV or something. At least I can listen to it. Sorry. It's just I'm having a couple internet problems. But we are supposed to have the live shot of... hold on. Nope, it's not there. We're supposed to have the live coverage of him giving his speech. Trump is... All right, hold on. I'm going to figure out what he was saying. All right, Trump just took some questions. He just took some questions after landing. So let me see if I can watch it here and just hear what he said. I think he just talked about Iran for a second. We already listened to what he said just a couple hours ago. All right, hold on. I'm listening to it here.
They don't want to quite go far enough.
Okay.
President Trump is participating.
Hold on. Hold on. He's asked some questions in Texas. Hold on.
Millions and millions of
Hold on.
barrels of oil.
Okay, so he is asked just moments ago. Trump was asked about Iran, and let me see what he said here. He said Iran should make a deal, but they don't want to go quite far enough. Too bad. We've been playing with them for 47 years. That's a long time. They've been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the faces off our people. They've been knocking our something. Every month there's something else, he says. We can't put up with it too long. We're not happy with the negotiations. They just don't want to say the key word, we're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They have to say we're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think they've said that before in certain pronunciations, by the way. We're not quite there. But it sounds like he wants specific language. He says, you don't have to enrich when you have that much oil. I'm not happy with the negotiations. This was moments ago. I say no enrichment, Trump says. Not 20%, 30%. They always want 20%, 30%. They want it for civilian, for civil. I think it's uncivil. I'm not happy with it. That's what he just said a couple minutes ago. How close are you to making a strike? He says, I would rather not tell you. You would have the greatest scoop in the history, right? How much longer? Well, we're negotiating right now, but they're not getting to the right They're not getting to the right answer. How much longer? We're not going to see people. We're not going to see what's happened for 47 years. Keep going, Trump says. 47 years we've been doing this with them. The Obama deal was the worst deal. Nobody ever saw a deal so stupid, he said. Right now, if you did the Obama deal, if I didn't terminate it, Iran would have a nuclear weapon and it would be a whole different ballgame, says Trump. The Obama deal was one of the world's dumbest deals I have ever seen. First of all, Trump says it was short term, it would be over. I terminated it. If I didn't, it would be over by now anyway. The Obama deal, what he did was one of the dumber deals. I've seen a lot of dumb deals. That would be one of the dumbest, Trump says. I'm concerned about people's lives, says Trump. I'm concerned about long-term health of this country. That's what I'm concerned about. This is a few minutes ago. Is there any progress? I can't tell you. All right, that was it. So that was basically what he said. He just spoke for a few minutes when getting to Texas. And we're going to have live coverage of his speech in Texas. But I was just reading the captions of what he was saying. Deputy Dog, our viewer, thinks he's made his decision. He is going to be speaking soon. We're going to have live footage of that for you. Still having some odd internet issues here. Strange, but I'll do my best. Down detector's working for me again. Oh, I can tell you, yes, there's a bunch of, in recent minutes, there have been a bunch of new user reports show problems with Cloudflare. According to Down Detector, there are some Cloudflare problems. There are Discord problems. So maybe the Cloudflare problems are what's affecting me. Okay, give me one moment. We are going to have Trump speaking in Texas. We're going to show you some of that. I can only use X on my phone as well, for some reason right now. Yeah, the State Department that posted Iran has been designated a state sponsor of wrongful detention. But there doesn't say anything in the announcement about, like, we're going to attack them now because of this. See, it says it here. Here's the announcement right here. Again, to me, I'm not sure. It doesn't look like the hugest deal to me. It's something that they had been considering of doing, and they say that the Iranian regime must stop taking hostages and release all Americans unjustly detained in Iran, steps that could end this designation and associated actions. If it does not stop, we will be forced to consider additional measures, including a potential geographic travel restriction on the use of U.S. passports to, through, or from Iran. Hey, a quick thank you too. Thanks so much to the Cosmic Pulse and Tom Lewis and HIO World and Matthew Felty. Thank you. Something about travel to Israel from Rubio. I got to look it up. Sorry, I'm a little bit... Oh, no, I already read that statement, Matthew. Yes, Secretary of State Rubio, we read that on the air earlier. Secretary of State is supposed to travel to Israel from March 2nd to 3rd to discuss things including Iran. March 2nd and 3rd. Thanks, Can I Pet That Og? Thanks, OU Mike. Thank you to Laurely NZ, Mega Airhead, 1Act CD, Nicola NJ. Nicola said something about something Hegseth said. Nicola claims that Hegseth said he would use some wartime law and confiscate the technology. Did he say this? I didn't hear this. About Anthropic, you're saying? I'll have to look it up and see if I see anything about it. Thank you, Nicola NJ. Thanks, RL Zek PT and Lordoc AED. Okay. Lordoc from AED, by the way. All right, let's move forward here. I'm still dealing with some weird internet stuff here, but the stream is working. Looking. Oh, our viewer, what is his name? He's from the UAE. Thanks for watching from there. Lordoc. Okay. Okay. I think everything's working for me again. Hey guys, I think everything is working for me again. Okay. I think we're back here internet-wise. I think my temporarily internet issues have been solved. Hey, look what happened. The White House posted a clip of President Trump speaking. Look at this, guys. I told you President Trump just spoke about Iran. You guys were talking about it in the chat too. They actually just posted a clip of him speaking. Here is Trump moments ago talking about Iran.
Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look, we've been playing with them for 47 years, and that's a long time. They've been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the face off our people, the arms. They've been knocking out ships one by one. But every month there's something else, so you can't put up with it too long. We're not happy with the negotiation. They just don't want to. They don't want to say the key words, we're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They have to say, we're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And they just can't quite get there. They want to enrich a little bit. You don't have to enrich when you have that much oil. So I'm not happy with the negotiation. Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look,
I'm muted. Sorry, I'm muted. What I said is that was him just moments ago. That was President Trump just moments ago. All right, so we're waiting to hear him speak in his speech. Let's talk some more about the Iran situation here. Oh, I wanted to mention this. This was interesting. So President Trump said in the State of the Union that Iran was, he said Iran was working on missiles that will soon reach the United States. Yes, I'm literally looking at a transcript of the State of the Union. During the State of the Union, President Trump said Iran has already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. So the Reuters reports today that, and I believe others maybe have reported on this too. I would have to check though. But Reuters said Trump Iranian missile claim unsupported by U.S. intelligence, say sources. So this report says President Trump's claim that Iran will soon have a missile that can hit the United States is not backed by U.S. intelligence reports and appears to be exaggerated, according to three sources familiar with the reports, says Reuters. In his State of the Union address, Trump began making his case to the American public for why the U.S. could launch strikes against Iran. One of the things he said is that Tehran was working on missiles that will soon reach the United States. But there have been no changes, two sources said, to an unclassified U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency assessment in 2025 that Iran could take until the year 2035 to develop a militarily viable intercontinental ballistic missile from its existing satellite-lofting space launch vehicles. White House spokesperson Anna Kelly said, President Trump is absolutely right to highlight the grave concerns posed by Iran, a country that chants death to America, possessing intercontinental ballistic missiles. One source said, according to Reuters, that even if China or North Korea, which closely cooperate with Iran, provided technological assistance, Iran would probably take up to 8 years at the earliest to produce something that is actually ICBM level and operational. The sources, who spoke on a condition of anonymity in order to discuss sensitive intelligence, said they were unaware of any U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran was developing a missile that could soon range the U.S. homeland, but did not rule out the possibility of a new intelligence report they were unaware of. The New York Times first reported that U.S. intelligence agencies believe Iran is probably years away from having missiles that can hit the United States. Reuters also says Trump's claim about Iran's missile capability came as the Iran and U.S. negotiate over Tehran's nuclear program with no signs of a breakthrough. The U.S. president, says Reuters, has done little to explain why he might be leading the U.S. into its most aggressive action against the Islamic Republic since the 1979 revolution. In his address on Tuesday, State of the Union, Trump said that Tehran was beginning to rebuild. Trump pointed to Tehran's support for militant groups, its killing of protesters, and the country's missile and nuclear programs as threats to the region and the United States. Without providing evidence, Trump said Tehran was beginning to rebuild its nuclear program that he claimed had been obliterated by U.S. airstrikes last June on 3 major sites involved with uranium enrichment. Secretary of State Rubio said on Wednesday he referred to Iran's ballistic missile program in less definitive terms than Trump, saying that Tehran is on a pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S. That is a question of, there's this question of why it's not entirely clear the reasoning for the attack if it happens. I mean, there's things that President Trump has said which suggest reasons. Oh, hold on. Is Trump starting to speak now? Hold on. One of our viewers said. Hold on. Hey, guys, let me show you right now. President Trump is about to speak from Texas. Let's look at him. Hold on, I'm going to put it up on the screen right now for you. Wait one moment. I'm about to put it on the screen for you. Give me a moment here. I'm getting it on the screen for you. I think they're playing the music right now. I think he's waiting for the music to stop. I don't know that we'll watch his whole speech, but he is about to speak right now. Hold on here.
It
See, that's one of the things we do. You know, if we did so much, that's like one of the. I don't want to call it a throw-in because it's very important, but it's like a little throw-in. I said, you know, we ought to just sort of change the name. We have 92% of the frontage. But they were there first. They've been here 100 years longer. Gulf of Mexico, 100 years longer. Now it's the Gulf of America because we have 92%. I wouldn't say Mexico was thrilled, but they were fine. And I'm delighted to be here at this national treasure, one of the largest energy export hubs anywhere in the world, The port of Corpus Christi, we had a lot to do with it. That bridge, we had so much. What a nice bridge. Ooh, I like that color. What a nice bridge. And we dredged nice and deeply. I guess they said 54 feet or something. It's about as deep as you can go. I think we could go a few feet deeper, and then you could, you want to go a little bit deeper? What the hell? What the hell? It's only money. With the men and women here today, we're unleashing America's potential, strengthening our security, increasing our prosperity. We had the most successful country anywhere in the world. A year and a half ago, we had a dead country. Our country was dead. You know it better than anybody. And cementing America's status as the #1 energy superpower by far anywhere on earth. And I want to thank Venezuela because our relationship is a very good one. We're a very, very good one. We're having a very good relationship. That ship is from Venezuela. For 4 long years before I took office, the Biden administration, Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst presidents in history, not one of the, I have to think the worst. How could you get, can you get worse? Somebody said, please don't be political today. Okay, but he's the worst president we've ever had. And its allies in Congress waged a radical left war on American oil and natural gas like you've never seen before. They were killing our country and killing your area right here. In fact, they say if I wanted, I could if I ran for the mayor of Corpus Christi, would I win? I think so. What the hell? I looked at your job stats. You have done very well with Trump. They killed the Keystone XL pipeline. This is the Biden group. Here's the good news, in all fairness. He had no idea what the hell was happening. But it was his administration of horrible people, horrible, radical left people. No, he used the auto pen very well. There's never been anybody in history that used an auto pen like that. Almost conclusively. He piled crippling regulations on producers and refiners, imposed natural gas export ban, and slashed new leases for drilling by 95%. That's Biden. Under their Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in history, gasoline reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states, fueling the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. You know, you've heard me say this before, the fake news sitting back there. They say Trump exaggerated. It wasn't in history. They say it was 48 years. Okay, we'll take that too. You know, in a way, 48 years sounds even worse if you want to know the truth. But they tell me it's 48 years. It's not. I think it's the history of our country. But whether it's 48 years or the history of our country, they're both pretty bad. Do we agree? But all of that changed. My first day back in office, it all changed. Our country started coming back like never before. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. I ended the Biden export ban. And I told our great Texas energy workers to very simply drill, baby, drill.
All right, I have a question for our chat. I'm going to interrupt. I have a question for our chat. So I don't know if President Trump is going to talk about Iran in this speech. He might or he might not. I honestly have no idea. So we can either listen to the speech and see, or we can just continue focusing on Iran, and then if he says something, we can go back and replay it. So I want to know what you guys think about this. Let me see what people in the chat are going to say about this choice. I want to ask you guys. A lot of people are saying, well, some are saying, I think more are saying to not play the whole speech, but some are saying the speech. Right now, definitely go away from the speech and keep talking about Iran stuff is winning over the speech. Yeah, I mean, it's really winning. I mean, we can go back and we can play it if he says anything about Iran. Yeah, way more people are saying focus on Iran. Well, I mean, that's certainly, I can see what's going on in the poll. All right, let's do that. Let's keep talking more about, I'll keep an eye on this, but you know, if we can always we can always go back and listen if he talks about it. But I think we should. I think, look, the people have spoken in the chat. The people have spoken. I mean, I've already played you. I have already played you 2 different times today where he talked about Iran, and he basically said the same thing. He said, we're not happy with them. The negotiations are still going on. And he'd prefer diplomacy, but if they can't make a deal, something's going to happen. He would prefer not to use the military. You know, things like that. I just have to turn one thing off here. No, we want that on. We need that off. Oops. We'll keep the focus here. Somebody said play it again. Well, there's a brief clip I can play really easily, and then there's another clip I can play again of him if people want to see it. I mean, it's up to him. It's up to him ultimately. Here is what President Trump, here's one thing he said about, I'd say, 20 minutes ago. Hold on. This is what he said upon arriving to Texas.
Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look, we've been playing with them for 47 years, and that's a long time. They've been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the face off our people, the arms. They've been knocking out ships one by one. But every month there's something else, so you can't put up with it too long. We're not happy with the negotiation. They just don't want to. They don't want to say the key words. We're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They have to say we're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they just can't quite get there. They want to enrich a little bit. You don't have to enrich when you have that much oil. So I'm not happy with the negotiation. Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look, we've been playing with them.
Said he's not happy with the negotiation. There was a couple things I wanted to mention and show you and talk about. Let's see here. The War Zone had an article today I wanted to talk about. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Sorry, a little bit of noise outside. That'll only be for a few seconds. So I want to mention an article. There was a article by The War Zone, which is a very good military news outlet. I'm going to post a link to the article. And they have an article today called, from yesterday, The Massive Questions Surrounding a Major American Air War Against Iran. So I want to mention some of the points they brought up. Also, hey, a quick thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel, who says all war is based upon deception and outmaneuvering your opponent. According to Sun Tzu, this political theater is obviously a distraction. Thank you also, It's Cosmic Pulse and Tom Lewis. All right, so I just posted a link to it. I'll post a link again to the War Zone has an article, and it's called The Massive Questions Surrounding a Major American Air War Against Iran, twz.com. So I'm not going to read the whole article, but I'll mention some of the things they said. You can see, for example, here, I posted the link in the chat, but it says one thing they say is, what is the goal? What is the goal? As we look at Haifa port in Israel, where AFP says the USS Ford aircraft carrier is expected to arrive, time TBD. Some reports today claim that it already arrived, but I haven't seen anything firm on that. So I haven't seen anything really, I'd say, that's conclusive that it has arrived. It left Crete, the Crete area in Greece, a day ago. So the War Zone says about what is the goal, the War Zone says this is the biggest unknown. So just to show you a little of what they said here, if you look here in the War Zone article, it says, what is the goal? This is the biggest unknown. What are we getting into here? Aside from the possibility that this is a giant feint, a hammer and anvil tactic to force a diplomatic outcome, there have to be clear military goals. Would an air campaign be focused on destroying Iran's nuclear program alone? There are limitations to achieving that goal with air power. Israel, too, is well aware of this. Is this goal to be paired with absolutely neutering Iran's military-industrial base, along with its existing combat capabilities? That would seem more likely, but doing so would require a much larger, sustained operation. There have also been reports that the White House is eyeing a limited operation in order to force Iran to make a deal. This seems wildly reckless, both on a military and diplomatic level. And I think, is this Tyler Rogaway writing this article? Yeah, this is Tyler Rogaway writing this. He says he thinks that a limited attack to force a deal would be wildly reckless on both a military and diplomatic level. And he says, and I doubt these reports are true. The Pentagon would never recommend this. It would ruin any element of surprise and the cumulative impact of using everything at its disposal to shock, blind, and deafen Iran's command and control. It would also likely result in Iran counterattacking, which sets off a chain of events that will be hard to pull back from. And the War Zone also says, then there is regime change. That comes with immense baggage for obvious and totally relevant reasons. Even if this goal is achieved, the collapse of the current regime, mainly through strikes, what comes next? Is there a plan for who will succeed Khamenei? And what would that group's own goals be? How would they seize power when the power vacuum appears? Or will decapitating the regime throw Iran into a civil war, or even worse, a country controlled by the fanatical Revolutionary Guard, which on paper would seem to be a prime candidate with the might and infrastructure to assume control? In other words, could lopping off the head of the snake just see another, even more gruesome serpent take its place? So these are some of the questions the War Zone raises about what is the goal here. And just to finish this section, and I'm going to post a link to the whole article again if you want to read the whole article. I really like the War Zone. I just posted the link to the article again. To finish off that section of what the goal is here for the U.S., what's the plan, what is it going to do? We don't know the intelligence or what's going on secretly, clandestinely, to see that such a risky operation has any chance of long-term success. That would mean an operation for regime overthrow, if that's what's going on here. Without a solid plan, such a move would seem to only invite more risk. And once again, obtaining this level of transformation largely via air power is a highly questionable proposition. At best, there is absolutely no appetite domestically to engage in another ground war in the Middle East, so that option is a non-starter, which is a good thing, Tyler Rogaway says, as America's track record in this regard is terrible. Finally, he says, as we have mentioned before, the U.S. military has a lot of combat capability now in the region and more that can strike from afar, but there doesn't appear to be enough to sustain a long campaign with a wider set of objectives. So this may limit what can be achieved. Okay, so questions about what even is the U.S. going to do if it attacks? What's it trying to achieve? That's one set of questions, all right? And then the war zone also goes on to mention, what will Israel's role be? And just to mention some of the points that Tyler Rogaway brings up, he says, I think it's safe to assume Israel will be involved deeply in any major military operation the U.S. executes against Iran. He says, for any sustained campaign based on air power capabilities in the region, America will need Israel's help for that, and for that to be en masse. Israel brings hundreds of fighter aircraft, unique munitions, and more to the fight. So he thinks Israel will be strongly involved in if there's an air attack here. He also mentions that Israeli intelligence would be very valuable for the U.S. He also says, Tyler Rogaway from the War Zone, that Israel's deep presence on the ground in Iran, their deep presence on the ground in Iran will arguably be of the greatest value. Nobody is anywhere as deeply embedded inside Iran as Israel, he says. And this will impact the full gamut of potential operational scenarios. So he says that he believes that there's lots of Israeli intelligence on the ground in Iran. Let's see here. Then there is another section in the article called Real Dangers. And again, this is from an article by the War Zone, and I'll put a link in the chat that came out yesterday. And Tyler Rogaway from the War Zone says, we have not seen modern Iran fight for its very life against the U.S. or even Israel. On paper, Iran can do immense damage to the region. Yes, it can close and mine the Strait of Hormuz, for example. But even above that, Iran has an absolutely huge inventory of standoff weapons, specifically cruise missiles, long-range one-way attack drones, and most importantly, ballistic missiles. There is a broad misconception that Israel wiped out Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. This could not be further from the truth, says the War Zone. Okay? And he points out that Iran's plentiful short-range ballistic missiles that threaten American bases in the Gulf Arab states were not heavily targeted in the 12-day war last year. The same can be said for their shorter-range drones and cruise missiles. He says Iran's shorter-range standoff weapons number in the thousands. They have the ability to saturate the best defenses on Earth and lay waste to the prized targets across the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea and deeper into allied Arab nations. This not only makes basing of U.S. aircraft and personnel problematic, but it greatly increases the cost of any war that the U.S. could execute against Iran. He also says, again, this is the War Zone article from yesterday. Tyler Rogaway says, there is also a risk to American warships, even those that are operating far out to sea. Iran has shown it has the ability to launch long-range anti-ship weaponry, not just from its coasts and warships, but from unassuming seaborne platforms. The farther that U.S. Navy vessels have to operate from Iranian territory also means their missiles won't be able to penetrate as far into the country. So he points it out. Iran knows full well where American aircraft are currently based, Tyler Rogaway of the War Zone says, and they will throw everything they have at these sites. I guess he means if they feel like their existence is threatened. Tyler Rogaway says the idea that we could not see mass losses of aircraft and other materiel and even lives on the ground, even when striking from afar, is not reality. The same can be said about an air war, says Tyler Rogaway. He says even the Houthis nearly downed U.S. fighter aircraft optimized to destroy enemy air defenses. Putting Americans over Iran and repeatedly over days and weeks is a risk. Aircraft can malfunction and mistakes can be made. Also, Tyler Rogaway says, finally, if Iran is really backed into a corner, and especially if its most extremist elements remain in play, it could resort to weapons of mass destruction, specifically chemical weapons and rudimentary radiological ones. Dirty bombs could be used in a dying gasp of the regime. If they did this, it would mean a certain end for the sitting power structure in the country, but if that is going to happen anyway, they could lash out in horrible ways. Now, he also points out in this article there are capabilities and plans we don't know anything about. It may be possible the U.S. thinks it can break Iran's command and control capabilities so quickly it can preempt many of its most dangerous weapons from being used in large quantities, for example. Also, maybe the U.S. thinks Iran's military apparatus would simply collapse under a full combined aerial assault by the U.S. and Israel. A possible decapitation of the regime is another factor here. But this is a massive bet to make, says Tyler Rogaway. And then he also says, why now, in his article in the War Zone. In the end, these are the fundamental questions Trump has to be asking himself and his aides. Is going to war with Iran really worth the risks, both the known ones and unknown ones? And what is the goal in doing so? Is that goal readily attainable, and at what costs? He also points out, if America wakes up to seeing a U.S. pilot being dragged through the streets of Tehran, any support for this conflict could quickly evaporate. He also says, above all, the question has to be asked, why now? What has prompted the idea of declaring war on Iran at this moment? Yes, the protests and brutal deaths of thousands at the hands of the regime seem to have moved Trump, but that was subsequently used as a pretext for negotiations, not to correct human rights abuses. Also, Trump has repeatedly declared he destroyed Iran's nuclear program last year. So why just 8 months after that action took place is the U.S. about to go all in against Iran over its nuclear program? He says nothing has been presented in a concrete manner as to why doing this right now is essential. It doesn't match Trump's long-standing political rhetoric at all. If Iran doesn't make a deal, it seems clear that Trump has put himself in a position where he will either have his bluff called or he will need to commit an air war against Iran. What happens from that historic split in the road is really anyone's guess, including the Pentagon's. Hey, I didn't even read the whole article. I just read you some sections. I would encourage you to check out the whole article. Very good article, it looks like to me. I'm going to have to read the whole thing later. It's called The Massive Questions Surrounding a Major American Air War Against Iran. It's from the War Zone website. I appreciate them letting me read those excerpts to you. I am posting a link to it in the chat. You can find the website at, let me just confirm, twz.com, thewarzone.com. And Tyler Rogaway is I believe, the founder of the War Zone, and he wrote the article. I also follow Tyler on X. He's a good person to follow on X for military stuff. His X is at aviation_intel. You can see there, creator/editor-in-chief of the War Zone. But it's an article worth looking at. And they're very good on military news, military coverage. So I was wondering what kind of risk American ships could be at. Okay, let's take comments from you. The time in Iran right now is, by the way, 1:44 a.m. Iran time. They're a half hour off from a lot of countries. Thanks, Donna, for sending the link in. Yes, Donna, we mentioned before Trump's post ordering the U.S. government to stop using Anthropic AI. We talked about that before. Thanks, Donna Simmons, for writing in. Let's take some more comments from you guys. Jeremy thinks World War III is coming. CC says, if the regime is removed, who takes over? Belfast Stargazer says, is there a new round of talks scheduled? I can't see any attack from any side while talks are ongoing. President Trump said there were more talks today. The Oman foreign minister, Oman has been helping with the talks, said that there's supposed to be more talks next week. That's what he said. Yeah, again, I don't actually think this means much, guys. Marco Rubio said he designated Iran as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. But we read the statement. We read the statement, and it doesn't seem like this is being used as a reason to launch a war against Iran. If you actually read the statement from the State Department, which we did read, it doesn't threaten Iran with some kind of war over that. It does noticeably less than that. The statement itself says, if Iran does not stop, we will be forced to consider additional measures, including a potential geographic travel restriction on the use of U.S. passports through to or from Iran. So I think some people are looking at this post and saying, oh my gosh, this is going to be the excuse used to attack Iran, but it doesn't seem like it's anything of the sort. It's interesting that it even came out today. All right, hold on a moment here. Yeah, so some of our viewers are mentioning that Margaret Brennan talked to the Omani foreign minister who has been involved in the negotiations. And he said today that he thinks there is an agreement because Iran would give up their enriched material and there would be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and fuel verification of its nuclear fuel. But I believe the U.S. wants Iran to commit to giving up all enrichment. So I'm not aware that that would satisfy the U.S. The U.S. has wanted Iran to give up enriching nuclear fuel. That's not what the Omani foreign minister is not saying that Iran is going to agree to everything the U.S. wants. Margaret Brennan of CBS says, the Omani foreign minister tells me a deal is quickly within reach and then the technical details could be hammered out within a 3-month kind of cycle. So we'll have to see. But now, who knows? Iran could agree to something and the U.S. could agree to a less than maximalist settlement. I mean, that's just up to both sides what to agree to. But I'm not aware that there's certainly been no deal that's announced. President Trump just a few minutes ago said he was not happy with what Iran is saying. Oh, Jen mentioned to me that sad story here. Neil Sedaka has passed away at age 86. Singer Neil Sedaka. TMZ reports. Condolences to his family. Singer and songwriter. Let me check for some other updates here. By the way, thank you to ACC75 from Norway, who says, I see Hegseth's point about Anthropic AI. If US AI has moral guardrails, it's at a disadvantage against enemy AI with no rules, as fully autonomous drone swarm systems will strike faster than any human-approved swarm. That's what ACC75 said. Thank you for your support, ACC75. Also, thanks to, give me a moment here, Zeno 7 Mile for your support on Twitch. Thanks Applications for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Guy from the 207 for subscribing on Twitch. I need to get some water. I ran out of water. I want to take some more of your comments, give you more updates here. Give me one moment here. I need about 15 seconds. I'm going to say Steve will be back in 20 seconds. I just have to fill up my water glass here. So let me just fill up my water glass. I'm coming right back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, by the way, here's a J.D. Vance did an interview with the Washington Post where he said no chance U.S. will be in a drawn out war in the Middle East. I want to mention this to you. Look at the headline here. J.D. Vance. No chance U.S. will be in drawn-out war in Middle East. Vice President J.D. Vance said yesterday that while military strikes against Iran remain under consideration by President Trump, there is no chance that such strikes would result in the U.S. becoming involved in a years-long, drawn-out war. J.D. Vance told the Washington Post yesterday he does not know what Trump will decide to do about Iran, describing possibilities that include military strikes to ensure Iran isn't going to get a nuclear weapon or solving the problem diplomatically. But if Trump proceeds with another round of strikes on Iran, which some U.S. officials have suggested could be more comprehensive than the bombing of nuclear sites in June, Vance said confidently yesterday it would not turn into the kind of conflict the vice president has harshly criticized. J.D. Vance told the Washington Post yesterday, the idea that we're going to be in a Middle Eastern war for years with no end in sight, there is no chance that will happen. Vance noted that last year's operation in Iran and the January capture of Venezuelan President Maduro were very clearly defined. Vance, a 41-year-old Marine veteran who served in the Iraq War, once said from the Senate floor that he had been lied to about the reasons for the U.S. involvement in Iraq. He said yesterday, he still sees himself as a skeptic of foreign military interventions, which is a description he believes continues to apply to Trump. Vance said yesterday, I think we all prefer the diplomatic option, but it really depends on what the Iranians do and what they say. As we mentioned before, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem said today it would permit the voluntary departure of non-essential staff and their family members from Israel because of safety risks. Earlier this week, non-essential staff of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut and their family members were ordered to leave Lebanon. These moves have not yet been followed widely by other Western embassies in the region. The Lost Aliens says, why aren't we talking about dirty bombs? What happens if Tel Aviv suddenly looks like a neon discotheque? Well, I was reading you that article from the War Zone earlier, which said that, I mean, it could only see a scenario in which Iran uses uses weapons of mass destruction if the regime really thought its survival was threatened. But it did bring up the idea that they could try to use a weapon of mass destruction if the regime felt its survival were threatened. It made the point that if they used such weapons, then that would guarantee that the regime would not survive. But it brought up the point that the regime could just use them to lash out. But, I mean, again, if you're Iran, you don't want to do, the Iranian regime is not wanting to do anything that's going to do anything that makes it worse for them. David Karshan, our viewer, says, didn't we obliterate Iran's nuclear capability a few months ago? Fly in Dust Man says they weren't living a normal life before the Islamic Revolution. The regime of the Shah was pretty repressive with a feared secret police. Math says the U.S. can't control the Iranian reaction after a limited strike. They might retaliate back with huge fire or make just diplomatic complaints. Alex Malarkey, our viewer, thinks if we don't hit them soon and hard, we look very weak. Hang on a moment here. Looking at some of the messages people have been sending me. Oh, a new post from Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. So remember what happened today. There's been the U.S. military uses AI from the major AI company Anthropic. And Anthropic has said, we will not allow it to be used for mass domestic surveillance or for fully autonomous weapons. Those would be weapons that could kill people without humans playing any kind of role in the decision process. Humans are out of the loop with these weapons. Like a drone that just does what it wants to do, basically, without a human having overseeing capacity of it. So there's been this conflict because the military wanted the Anthropic to not have those restrictions. So President Trump came out today and announced that the U.S. government, he was very angry at Anthropic. He called them a left-wing woke company, and it said that that the U.S. government had to stop using them. New post from Secretary of War / Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth about Anthropic from 16 minutes ago. He said, this week, Anthropic delivered a master class in arrogance and betrayal, as well as a textbook case of how not to do business with the U.S. government or the Pentagon. Our position has never wavered and will never waver. The Department of War must have full, unrestricted access to Anthropic's models for every lawful purpose in defense of the Republic. Instead, Anthropic and its CEO have chosen duplicity, he says, cloaked in the sanctimonious rhetoric of effective altruism. They have attempted to strong-arm the government, strong-arm the U.S. military into submission, a cowardly act of corporate virtue signaling that places Silicon Valley ideology above American lives. The terms of service of Anthropic's defective altruism will never outweigh the safety, the readiness, or the lives of American troops on the battlefield. Their true objective is unmistakable: to seize veto power over the operational decisions of the U.S. military. That is unacceptable. As President Trump stated on Truth Social, the commander-in-chief and the American people alone will determine the destiny of our armed forces, not unelected tech executives. Anthropic's stance is fundamentally incompatible with American principles. Their relationship with the United States Armed Forces and the federal government has therefore been permanently altered. In conjunction with the President's directive for the federal government to cease all use of Anthropic's technology, I am directing the Department of War to designate Anthropic a supply chain risk to national security. Effectively, immediately, no contractor, supplier, or partner that does business with the United States military may conduct any commercial activity with Anthropic. Anthropic will continue to provide the Department of War its services for a period of no more than 6 months to allow for seamless transition to a better and more patriotic AI service. America's warfighters will never be held hostage by the ideological whims of big tech. This decision is final. So he says he has designated Anthropic a supply chain risk to national security, and effective immediately, no contractor, supplier, or partner that does business with the U.S. military may conduct any commercial activity with Anthropic. Again, they are one of the top AI companies. So this is blowing up today. Wanted to let you know about that. Yeah, so regarding a couple of you have mentioned OpenAI and Sam Altman. I think our viewer, for example, Donna Simmons, mentioned Sam Altman when she messaged me. So they said, if I remember right, Sam Altman said that OpenAI had similar views to Anthropic. But let me pull this up here. Hold on 1 second here. Yes. For example, where is it here? Hold on. Yes, so multiple outlets reported this. BBC reported yesterday that Sam Altman, in a memo to a note to staff, said he supported the Anthropic on this issue. And he said that he's the OpenAI boss. They made ChatGPT. He said he had the same red lines when it came to application of OpenAI products. And he said that OpenAI would not allow their AI to be used for defense contracts for uses such as domestic surveillance and autonomous offensive weapons. Let me go back to the video, by the way, of Haifa port. Live shot of Haifa port. We still have a live video from Haifa port. Oh, give me 1 second here. Something else is going on. Hold on. Wait a second. Do I have video of this? Can you give me 1 second here? Sorry, there's a bunch going on. Wait a second. Oh, some Republicans are speaking about Bill Clinton's deposition. Let me just check this out. Some Republicans are speaking about Bill Clinton's deposition. This is live. Let me just put this on for a second.
We need to get to the bottom of this because justice was not served in the Southern District of New York. It was not served in Palm Beach, and it certainly hasn't been served for many victims around the world who are victims of this operation. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their questions today. Representative Stansberry had a lot of courageous questions. She showed bravery today. She and I never get along. Sometimes, in fact, can be seen arguing on oversight. But I say that because this is a place that is not partisan. This is a place where the country is seeing Republicans and Democrats work together to figure this out, find the truth, and try to come up with solutions so that when this happens, women are believed, men are prosecuted, their abusers are prosecuted, and justice can be seen and can be done. And I want to thank everyone for their hard work. I think I can't say anything about the questions and answers today or yesterday, but I will comment that I believe you'll see some inconsistencies in some of the responses. I brought that to the forefront this afternoon. Thank you.
I'd like to close by saying that we do intend to follow up and bring in, and I know that that's up to the chairman's discretion, but some of the co-conspirators that were given lesser sentences that were known to have trafficked young girls. Unacceptable. There's a difference between a victim and someone who engaged in prostitution and the trafficking of minors, and that needs to be clarified. I will again hold to the same thing that I said earlier, and that I do believe, and I'm sure some people on this committee also believe, that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset and running some form of a honeypot operation. I do believe that President Clinton, as well as the secretary, were potentially targets of that operation, and we will leave it at that. And I look forward to seeing you all react to the depositions, as I think that this is information that's important and belongs to the American people.
Mr. Langworthy?
I want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. I want to salute our chairman, James Comer, for putting together an extremely professional deposition these last 2 days. Factual. This was not a highly partisan event like most of our hearings are when we're in Washington. We were there to ask direct questions. I think President Clinton today was quite candid, probably more candid than his attorneys were comfortable with. But I think that this will, obviously, when we release the video of this, I mean, you'll have the opportunity to digest it. But we do have to get justice for the victims, because in all of the political food fight of Washington, D.C., what is getting lost is the fact that there are victims that deserve justice.
Depositions like this are important because we need to get answers. We need justice for the victims. Epstein and his associates committed unspeakable evil, and I'm glad that President Clinton and Hillary came out here. What I believe I saw over the last 2 days was selective memory. Very good details back into the 90s, and in other times, I don't know, I don't recall. So we have more questions to answer. Thank you.
And we'll answer a couple of questions. Yes.
Can you definitely say that as a result of the former president's deposition, you now have more information that you didn't have before about his sex trafficking ring? And secondly, also as a result of the deposition, will you be opening any new investigations or new inquiries into specific individuals or institutions?
Well, we're going to bring more people in. We're not finished. We didn't want to announce names before today. It was so hard to get the Clintons in. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize losing them. I think we learned some things. We were hoping to get more, but there were many questions, as you will see, hopefully in the next 24 hours when the videos were released, that there were a lot of very specific questions about very specific documents and correspondence that were subpoenaed by that we got from the Department of Justice, as well as the Epstein estate. Many times the Clintons couldn't recall or didn't know or denied that they were pertaining to them. So, but I do think that we picked up some new facts. We asked both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton where we should go from here as a committee, because we're sincere about trying to get the truth to the American people and hold some bad actors accountable in this. Yes, yes.
24 hours ago, you mentioned you were hoping to have Secretary Clinton's deposition released.
Yeah, we're trying. We've got one employee that does the videography, and he had to do the videography today too. So we're going to try to release those.
Approval by the attorneys.
Yeah. Well, the transcript has to be approved by the attorney. So the video could very likely come out before the transcripts. Once the transcribers were in here, we had a whole team of transcribers. They're going to put it on paper. Then both sides will get to approve the transcripts. Then we'll release it. That's standard rules of deposition. We always do that. We will do that with the videos as quick as we can get them all uploaded and cleaned up, any background noise or anything like that. Then we will release them hopefully in the next 24 hours. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've been asked repeatedly about Secretary Lutnick as well. While this deposition was playing out, President Trump said that Secretary Lutnick would testify. Have you made a decision yet on whether you're going to call him in?
Well, we have a lot of questions about anyone who spent time with Epstein post conviction, the first conviction. I think that's where, and if anyone disagrees, feel free to speak up, but I think that's where most of our concerns are. Once you knew Jeffrey Epstein was a sex offender, why did you continue a relationship? So stay tuned on that.
Why do you think today was more respectful than yesterday? Was President Clinton more cooperative?
Respectful both days.
Well,
we were respectful.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can watch the video and say, everybody knows President Clinton. He's got Southern people skills. He's a charming individual, obviously. So, yes.
You have said in the past that Hillary Clinton were not accused of any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein. After 2 days of asking them very tough questions in that regard, do you still feel the same way, that there's no reason to think that they're connected to any wrongdoing to the
Well, they said they weren't. I guess innocent until proven guilty. We're going to go back and look at. The reason Miss Clinton complained about being asked the same question over and over is because we presented different emails, different documents that would suggest that she was close with Epstein and Maxwell, and obviously she denied that. Now we're going to go back and verify that to see if any type of perjury was committed. Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump said today that he knew nothing about the Epstein files and he was exonerated. Do you agree that he is exonerated of this matter?
From all the evidence I've seen, he's been exonerated for a long time.
And would that preclude your committee, if that's your position, from your committee calling him?
Well, we'll discuss that as we move forward. Obviously, we've got more people to bring in, and we'll see if any new evidence arises. But right now, I haven't seen anything. And if anybody
Can I just say this? The Epstein victims have exonerated President Trump. This is a trope that you guys are, a rabbit hole you guys are going down, but he has been exonerated over and over again by Epstein victims. We need to get all the information on co-conspirators. We still don't even have the names of all the co-conspirators because the Southern District of New York is hiding that information by redacting those names. And
Wait, real quick, if I can also just add into that.
If that's the case, though, you make the case, the chairman makes the case about why it was so important to hear in great detail from both Clintons, but why it's not.
If I can just elaborate real quick.
Was on Epstein's plane 26 flights.
Hold on.
I mean, he had information with them for hours and hours, lots
real
of dinners,
quick,
all the things.
Chad, if I can just add in, President Clinton, and you guys will all be able to hear specifically what he said, reference a 2002-2003 conversation of which he did not feel that President Trump had any wrongdoing in regards to Jeffrey Epstein. It's incredibly important that you guys see through the partisan nature of what has become this entire investigation. It's also important that you guys are reporting the fact that everything that we are seeing in these documents, to include what I presented to both the Secretary and President Clinton, show that Epstein was running an intelligence operation. He was targeting people specifically, and he was intentionally bringing in and using women to traffic in minors and then exposing vulnerabilities for different people. What I will also say is that, like Nancy has said and the chairman, There is nothing that we are seeing where there's criminal involvement or reason to believe that the president has any wrongdoing, and that is why we are not supporting this crazy theory in bringing him into all of this. We appreciate that President Clinton said what he did, and I will say that that has probably been, I guess, the silver lining in all of this.
And I will say Secretary Clinton and President Clinton both offered, I think, suggestions, advice on where this investigation should go based on information they have, things that they've seen, experiences in their positions, and that's helpful to this entire thing. And again, this has been not partisan. We saw really great questions from the Democrat side of the Oversight Committee and the Republican side today. I was very impressed with where this went today.
Nancy, can I ask, when have survivors said to you that President Trump is exonerated?
Yes.
Because they've only ever told me they want to see him questioned.
Nope, I've never heard that from a single victim.
When we met, when the committee, the Republicans and Democrats met with, what were there, 5 or 6 survivors that day? We met with 2 hours. And their attorneys. Of course, the Democrats asked that question numerous times to the victims, and they all said they never saw anything or heard anything that Donald Trump did wrong, never saw him on the island or anything else.
And if I can just add in real quickly also, there was false allegations made against President Clinton, okay? We are not going to bring in people that were making false allegations against either president. That's not what you do in this, okay? We're looking for justice, and that's why we're going to be bringing in some of the known co-conspirators that were given plea deals, okay? That's justice.
Congressman Lookner, you did a great job on that today.
Last question, yes.
You have issues with redactions in the Southern District. Have you raised that concern to the Attorney General?
I have raised my concerns with redaction to the Southern District of New York. They have a letter, the DOJ and the CIA.
My advice to the Department of Justice is release the documents and unredact the names of anyone who wasn't a victim. And I think one of the issues we have, can you be a victim and a victimizer? That's a question that we're going to talk about as we move forward. Now, we look forward to seeing you next week in Washington. We will have further announcements of where we're going with the investigation, but we have 2 more depositions already booked, one with Jeffrey Epstein's accountant and one with Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. So those are forthcoming. We'll probably announce some more people we're going to bring in prior to those depositions. But I think we had a good 2 days in New York City. I appreciate the Clintons being here. Mm-hmm. Wish it wasn't so hard to get them here, but as often is the case, it was more difficult than it should have been. But thank you all for being here, and we look forward to releasing the video and the transcript as soon as possible. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so I wanted to show you that. That was House Republicans speaking. Hold on. Oops, I got to fix this again. Now I got to put this back. House Republicans speaking after Bill Clinton was deposed today. Hillary Clinton was yesterday, the day before. Actually, after the Clintons were deposed by a House committee that's doing an Epstein investigation. And I guess the videos of those depositions will come out, sounded like within a day or so, I'm not sure. And this is Haifa Port, Israel. AFP says, they still have this caption up, AFP, that the USS Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive, time TBD. That's what they say. They're the ones producing the, I don't know that we'd see it on camera, but they're the ones who are putting out this live shot. It's live right now. Let me check. So I wanted to play that for you. Let me see. Let me check for updates here. If you give me a moment. Oops. Yes, there is a typo. Thank you. Just give me a moment. I'm checking a couple different places for updates here. Oh, let me also check. I think some people have mentioned the flight radar. Hang on a moment. Oops. It's still a typo. I'm sorry. I didn't fix it. I didn't fix it. There, now I just fixed it. This is the most tracked plane on flight radar. I don't know what the deal with this is. It is a U.S. Air Force. Is it a cargo plane? A Boeing 17A Globemaster? Hold on a second here. Which is this is a military transport aircraft. That is the #1 tracked flight on flight radar. It is flying over Jordan right now. Looks like it maybe took off from Israel? I'm not sure. Or maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know where it took off from. I don't know if it says it there. But that is a transport plane. What's the number? It says Flight Radar 24. Now there's this one. Oh, there's also this plane. That is a UK plane. I don't know what this is doing. Maybe this plane flies around there all the time. That is a UK Royal Air Force plane flying in circles. In southern Jordan, it looks like. But I don't have real insight onto what these planes are doing there, whether it really means anything. Lack 3 Dayam says, did it last night too? Which, the British one or the British one, you're saying? I'm just checking for some different sources here for updates. Oh, I guess Trump said something about, I had turned off because people wanted to focus on Iran. I had turned off his speech, but I guess he spoke a little bit in his speech about Iran. We've already heard him speak twice today, but where is the, maybe I can find the part of his Texas speech where he talked about Iran. If you give me a second here. I don't know. Probably I'll need a time code or something. It's like he spoke for like an hour. I don't know if I can find it right away. Hang on a moment here. One of our viewers said he spoke near the end. The problem is, I don't know if I can easily find it. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it right now. If somebody has a time code, they can throw it in the chat. My problem is, it'll be a big distraction if I sit here having to go through the whole speech trying to figure out where he talked about Iran. Hey, let me mention this. So, hey guys, the Wall Street Journal just reported about less than 20 minutes ago, the Wall Street Journal said that the aircraft carrier, the second one, the Gerald R. Ford, the Ford was sailing toward Israel. So that's a Wall Street Journal story from less than 20 minutes ago that says the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier was sailing toward Israel. Doesn't say it's gotten there yet. It says sailing toward Israel. And also, the Wall Street Journal reports that U.S. Ambassador to Israel Huckabee sent an email to Israeli embassy staff saying there was no need for panic, but if they wanted to leave Israel, they should do so today. They report that timing of any military action is unknown. Some other countries made announcements today. The UK said today, for example, it had temporarily withdrawn Iran embassy staff because of the security situation. And the foreign minister of Oman, who has been taking place in the negotiations, said today that Iran was willing to offer some concessions, including, for example, they would not accumulate enriched uranium. They would not stockpile any of it, he says. I don't know that's going to be enough for the U.S., who wants them to not enrich any of it at all. The U.S. wants them to give up enrichment. All right, let's see if I see anything else there. Oh, and then the Journal also reported, I think one of our viewers mentioned this about the IAEA. They said they had seen reports from the UN's atomic agency that expressed concerns that Iran was blocking inspectors' access to several sites connected to Iran's nuclear activities. Extra AF says, I thought Trump got on with the Iranian leader. There's a headline on 12 News Israel that says, the decisive moments. Dave Zenbenda, our viewer, says, Iran is doing what Iran does best, stall, stall, stall. Our viewer, Random Gaming, says, Strait of Hormuz better not be disrupted. Stumpy Stump, our viewer, thinks that Trump is in a lose-lose situation with Iran. He played it all wrong. Shanks says F-22 are real posturing. Here's a report I hadn't mentioned yet. I wanted to mention this one. Satellite images show more aircraft at Saudi airbase used by U.S. forces. Satellite images show a rise in the number of military support aircraft, including refueling tankers, at a Saudi base used by the U.S. military during a 4-day period in February, as Washington built forces in the region amid tensions with Iran. Saudi Arabia, a long-standing U.S. ally, told Iran last month it would not allow its airspace or territory to be used for military actions against Tehran. In a high-resolution image taken on February 21st, at least 43 aircraft were visible at Saudi Arabia's Prince Sultan Air Base, which has hosted U.S. forces for decades, compared with 27 aircraft the 4 days earlier. The number dropped to 38 in a February 25th image. Reuters also says the aircraft in the February 21st images, so maybe they're going there and then they'll go somewhere else. But I don't know that they're going to stay there if there's an attack, because Saudi Arabia has said they're not going to allow its territory to be used. But the aircraft in the February 21st image included 13 Boeing KC-135 Stratotankers and 6 Boeing E-3 Sentry aircraft known as AWACS, among a total of 29 large swept-wing aircraft parked at the base, said a military analyst. Asked for comment, the Pentagon said it had nothing to provide. Maybe I can show you those pictures. Hold on a second here. What's the before and what's the after? Okay, the darker one is the one 4 days after. Then the lighter one is the earlier one. So this is a base in Saudi Arabia which has hosted U.S. aircraft. So here are the two pictures. Let's see if we can tell the difference. This is Reuters posted these. It's these two satellite photos. Ready? So that's number 2. We need number 1. Where's number 1? Hold on. That's number 2. See all the planes here? Hold on. I gotta get the first photo up. Give me a second here. If I can get both photos up, that would be helpful. Okay, I got it, I think. So this is the Saudi base which hosts U.S. planes. So that right there is February 17th. See the planes here? Maybe I can zoom in here. So there's the planes there, February 17th. Then if we go to February 21st, we get, oops, hold on a second, we get here, more. So again, February 17th, and then February 21st. Anyways. I just wanted to mention that. So according to Reuters, there were at that base 27 aircraft on February 17th and at least 43 aircraft on February 21st. Iran is 2:41 a.m. It's 2:41 a.m. Iran time. Dingo Box thinks the chance of an attack is 50-50. Our viewer EMC thinks 90% chance this is happening. Thank you again to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical and Ruth Roberts Mayqueen. They're all moderating over on YouTube and on Twitch. We have our moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks to Drunk Can't Cook for subscribing on Twitch, and Shrocky, and Sandy Doggo, and Warlord Gord. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thanks for watching. I feel like among the general public, a lot of people think an attack is going to happen soon. We did a poll earlier in the broadcast, and only over 50% of the people voting in the poll thought it was going to happen this weekend. I guess maybe Adrian Hedonist says 100% it's Friday today. Well, it's tomorrow. It's now Saturday morning, Iran time. I guess I'm surprised at the amount of feeling. It seems to me like a lot of our viewers think something's going to happen soon. Maybe people thought it was going to wait until the end of the week. Why are people saying muted? Why? Some people said it's. I don't know why some people said muted, because then a lot of people in the chat say not muted. So I don't know why some people are saying muted. I mean, maybe there's a thing with the stream or something, but many people in the chat are saying, I'm hearing it just fine. Yeah, do a refresh. If you're having video issues, please refresh the stream. That's what I would do. One of our viewers said, yeah, refresh fixed it. Sometimes stuff happens and you have to refresh it. We have to refresh it. Thanks, David C. I appreciate that. Let me thank a couple other people here. I love cookies. Thank you for the membership. Thank you, David C. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know that there's really been anything huge today. It's just another day. You know, we mentioned before that the U.S. Embassy in Israel gave permission for non-emergency government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel to leave if they wanted to. I mean, but I don't know that there's anything that's been super huge today that's new. It's another day. It's the end of the week. President Trump has said today that he's not happy with the negotiations, that there could be military action. Thanks, Clint Paraguay and Ariane for the memberships. Thanks so much, Ariane 3407. Also, Berea Beard and Shackled Text, our member, and Night Vibe TV, our member. I believe that the lights are you're seeing in the water are ships. Yeah, there's no daylight on that. I can't rewind back to daylight on that stream. But again, that is a live shot from Haifa Port. Our viewer Kyle Hamill says, it's been this weekend, it kicks off for a month now. Nothing new to see here. That's what Kyle thinks. Oh, here is President Trump speaking about Iran during his speech, because the White House, the State Department just posted it. Here is what President Trump said during his speech about Iran. Check it out. Why is this? Oh, I see here.
Now we have a big decision to make. You know that. Not easy. Not easy. We have a very big decision to make. We have a country that's been, for 47 years, blowing people's legs off, arms off, the face. They've been knocking out ships, killing people, lots of people, not only Americans, lots of people. It's been terrible. 32,000 people killed over the last 2-3 months, protesters. 32,000. That's some number of people. 32,000. They want to make a deal, but going to make a deal that's meaningful. I spoke with Ted Cruz, John, all of them. On the way here, I said, well, you got to make a deal that's meaningful. We hit them real hard, as you know, with those beautiful B-2 bombers recently, knocked out their nuclear capability. but I'd rather do it the peaceful way, but they're very difficult people. I want to tell you that. They're very dangerous people, very difficult people.
That was probably about an hour or two ago. Said he wants to, he wants to do it the peaceful way. And then here's another clip of Trump talking today. Hold on a second here. Another clip of Trump talking today right here about Iran. Here it is.
Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look, we've been playing with them for 47 years, and that's a long time. They've been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the face off our people, the arms. They've been knocking out ships one by one. But every month there's something else, so you can't put up with it too long. We're not happy with the negotiation. They just don't want to. They don't want to say the key words. We're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They have to say we're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they just can't quite get there. They want to enrich a little bit. You don't have to enrich when you have that much oil. So I'm not happy with the negotiation. Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough.
Our viewer Knox points out that you could arguably this is the first weekend where all of the U.S. military is in place. If the second carrier gets there, because the second carrier is, that's why we've been looking at this live shot. The second aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, is reportedly going to arrive. Well, there had been reports it was going to arrive in Israel or near Israel on Friday. I haven't heard any kind of confirmation that it's arrived. A short while ago, the Wall Street Journal released reports saying that the Ford was on its way to Israel. Reuters had reported on Thursday that it was expected to maybe arrive on Friday, but it's now Saturday Israel time, I believe. So I don't know. But maybe, yes, it's 1:21 a.m. Israel time. So, maybe it could be the first day that everything's in place. I don't know. The Times of Israel had said today, the Times of Israel said earlier today, the USS Gerald Ford is set to arrive near Israel's northern coast today. They said it was en route to the Haifa area. Some of our viewers are claiming it's there. All I can tell, maybe our viewers have access to secret intelligence information. But there's no live tracking of it that I'm aware of. And many outlets say it's not there yet. AFP says it's not there. Or they say they don't have it being there. So I'm sorry if I don't have the secret intelligence information that some of the people in our chat have. But I have not seen what I would consider any kind of reliable report that it's actually there yet. One thing we haven't even checked yet that I was going to check was see if the Institute for the Study of War had a new report out on this. They have not put out a report today yet. They had a report yesterday. So you can see here yesterday, the Institute for the Study of War, I'll post a link to this report, understandingwar.org. They had an update about the Iran situation. And they say Iran is unlikely to accept reported U.S. demands to destroy its nuclear facilities, send its highly enriched uranium to the U.S., and commit to a permanent deal. U.S. officials have previously stated that the U.S. would strike Iran if the two sides cannot reach a deal. I'll post a link to this article in the chat. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal yesterday, says the Institute for the Study of War, that U.S. negotiators demanded that Iran dismantle its Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan nuclear facilities. Are those the ones that were all attacked and that were said to be obliterated, by the way? I have to look that up. Midnight Hammer attacked 3 facilities, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Those are exactly the 3 facilities that were attacked in Operation Midnight Hammer. So just to be clear, Institute for the Study of War says that U.S. negotiators demand that Iran dismantle the 3 nuclear facilities that were attacked and said to be obliterated by the U.S. in Operation Midnight Hammer. Also, the Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. negotiators demanded that Iran deliver all of its enriched uranium to the United States, not just keep it elsewhere outside the country, deliver it to the United States, and agree to a permanent deal without sunset clauses, which I assume would mean they are never allowed to enrich uranium. Because the Obama era deal that prevent the limitations on their nuclear enrichment were for a certain amount of time. I was trying to get you just a summary of what the how long when it expired, the original deal. Yeah, according to Wikipedia, termination day of the original deal with Iran under Obama would have been October 18th, 2025, 10 years after Adoption Day. If that deal, remember, President Trump pulled out of the deal. If it had stayed in place, would there have been another deal after for it to continue? I don't know. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal, according to the Institute for the Study of War, U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal that U.S. negotiators also reiterated their zero enrichment demand for Iran, but could be open to a scenario in which Iran can enrich a very low level of uranium for medical purposes. These accounts are consistent with previous reporting that the U.S. negotiators would consider a proposal that includes token enrichment if Iran credibly proved that it could not support building a nuclear weapon. Also, I guess The Institute for the Study of War says U.S. negotiators reportedly offered only minimal sanctions relief, which contradicts Iranian demands for a more substantial relief package. An unspecified Iranian source told CNN yesterday ending all U.S. and UN sanctions is key in order to reach any deal. That source told CNN that Iran is not willing to destroy its nuclear facilities. They are not willing to ship enriched uranium out of the country, and they are not willing to comply with UN International Atomic Energy Agency verification, with the verification process of the UN International Atomic Energy Agency. The Institute for the Study of War says the Iranian proposal does not meet core U.S. demands. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal that Iran's proposal would force Iran to reduce enrichment to as low as 1.5%, pause enrichment for a number of years, and process its enriched uranium through an Iran-based regional consortium. For Iranian officials told the New York Times yesterday that Iran would also offer to dilute its 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium in phases and allow IAEA inspectors to oversee all steps. Diluting enriched uranium in Iran does not meet the stated U.S. demand that Iran transfer all of its nuclear material to the U.S. So again, there's reports that Iran said, well, we'll dilute some of our enriched uranium to a lesser uranium point, a lesser enrichment point. But the U.S., again, if the report is true, the U.S. wants Iran to ship all of its enriched uranium to the U.S. The Financial Times also reports that Iran will, the Institute for the Study of War says that Iran is also trying to offer economic incentives that are unrelated to U.S. demands in order to extract concessions from the U.S. Also, the Institute for the Study of War says Iran likely remains unwilling to discuss its ballistic missile program and support for its partners and proxies in the region with the United States. Our viewer Semi SW says, I'm thinking not this weekend. I have no idea if something is going to happen and when. RJ for Freedom says, nothing more than a delay game. Trump isn't playing. Allfather thinks Trump is trying to keep some of its enriched uranium to use against Israel. One of our viewers said that they think there's an aircraft carrier in the middle of the screen. You know, it's interesting. I wasn't really looking. What I can do is, I don't know if things been changing on the screen. I wasn't looking. Let me go back. Here's what it looked like an hour ago. I'm going to go back an hour on the video. I don't know that I just switched back an hour and here's live. I don't really see anything switch. I'm going back and forth an hour and then live. Is there something that I'm missing on the screen from an hour ago in live that you guys see? Looks like everything kind of just shifts over in the shot. Oops, but... That's the live shot. You're looking at the live shot right now. Oh, hold on. Let me just see. It's possible that somehow, I thought this should have been playing on higher. It's possible the resolution got reduced here. Oh, the resolution got reduced. Sorry about that. Somehow, I did not realize that it was not at the highest resolution. I don't know if that helps you guys at all. So I just bumped it up. I don't know if at some point it went down lower. I don't know if you can really see much better with the better resolution. Deej says it looks the same in that shot. And again, as I said before, the aircraft carrier is supposed to arrive in the area, but I don't know if we would see it on this shot. The reason I'm saying that is literally AFP, who is producing this shot. It is an AFP shot. Well, they're the one I get it from. It's an unmanned camera. They say view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. I can say arrive in area, but I'm just saying that because that's what AFP says. Well, I know, but that's what it says on the screen. It says AFP, USS Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive time BTBD. That's what, I mean, AFP, I'm looking at it right now. It says unmanned view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. Vitali says you will see it. It's huge. Again, I don't know that we'll ever see it on this broadcast, on this angle. We might not. But I'm telling you, AFP that's what they say. Under my picture now? What's under my picture? Something is moving? I don't know. Is it? Are you saying the thing with the red light? Like this thing right here? I can't even tell. Is that moving? It's not that, I mean. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's an aircraft carrier. Right there. I guess it is moving. 3 dots moving. That is definitely moving, whatever it is. NY Metz thinks it's a fishing ship. Okay. I can see the dots. I can see the lights moving. I don't know if I can brighten this shot up at all. I should see. I don't know if brightening this shot would even do anything. I can check. Just for the fun of it. If I bump the brightness up a bit. Oh, well. All right, I bumped, that's maximum brightness. That is, look at that, I just bumped up the brightness like this. Hey, is that helpful? It kind of gets washed out a bit, but you see more of the lights. That's like crazy bright, that's crazy bumped up brightness. I would never even have close to that much brightness. Because look at the bottom. So this is 0. That's 0 brightness bump up right there. Here, let me do this. That's 0. That's regular. That's the regular shot. And then if I go to 100, it's, wow. I mean, it's not that bright there, right? And it's really bumping everything up. So I can leave it bumped up some. CAA says smaller vessels are moving, nothing big. Want me to leave it bumped up a little bit? maybe. I like it bumped up a little bit because you can see things a little better. Leave it like that. I should have tried that before. I didn't think of it. But again, that has been brightened. At least you can see there's boat. At least you can see the boats out there. Anyways, again, literally what the AFP says is that Haifa unmanned view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. The vessel had been at the U.S. Naval Support Activity Suda base in Crete since Monday. All right, give me a moment here. Sarah Cook reports that President Trump made a stop at Whataburger in Corpus Christi to pick up some burgers for Air Force One. "Are you ready? Hamburgers for all," he said to the patrons inside. There's a picture of him at Whataburger. Oh, look, it's right here. It's President Trump at Whataburger. Hey, look, guys, it's President Trump at Whataburger. He meets the boss of Whataburger. I've never had a Whataburger. President Trump meets the boss of Whataburger in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Who's the boss?
She's the boss. She's the boss. 30 years.
I hear they make great stuff.
Sure do, sir. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. How about that?
It's an honor for you to come.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to take this, and I'll be thinking about you. Okay? So take care of everybody.
Yes, sir.
So, by the way, I misread it. It's not the boss of Whataburger. It's the boss of the Whataburger in Corpus Christi. So I don't believe he met the CEO of Whataburger. He met the boss of that Whataburger. Just wanted to let you know. I'll have to see. I'm still away, so I don't for a little while longer, and I don't have the live clock. I'll have to look into that because I have a way to set up the to get a live clock on the screen, but I wonder if I can figure it out though. Maybe what I'll do is after the broadcast is over, I'll play around with it and see if I can get the live clock back on the screen. In theory, I can do it. I just don't want to start. I mean, like an Iran time or whatever. Even though you don't have a live shot of Iran, I don't want to start messing with things while we're on the air, because that can cause problems when you start messing with things when you're on the air. But I'll try to look at it later. James B., our viewer, says, is the U.S. going to keep lollygagging around with the world's biggest known sponsor of terrorism, Iran, until they get supersonic ballistic missiles from China and end up killing thousands more than they already have? It's time to finish this evil regime now. No more talks, says James B. Thanks, agoraphobic journalist and others who mentioned there was a boat that seemed to be floating by, but I don't have any good evidence that that was an aircraft carrier. Our viewer Stefan L. thinks the U.S. has a plan and is prepared to action. But Stefan thinks that the U.S. would only know a few hours before when they were going to actually do it. That's what Stefan thinks. I don't know. I don't know if when the U.S. is going to carry out something, how far in advance they know exactly when. That I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, I saw before some of the viewers mentioned Haaretz. And I mentioned this before. Haaretz had a headline that said that the aircraft carrier arrived in Israel. The problem is that if you look at the actual, it's like a headline over a bunch of updates, and you scroll down, and then it says 9 hours ago, USS Ford arrives in Israel, but there's no citing of any sources. And I think what might have happened is if you look at that Haaretz scroll, it's all most of it is Reuters stories. And Reuters posted, I think what happened is Reuters posted a live video like hours and hours ago, maybe yesterday. And the title of that video, I think, was that the ship arrives in Israel. But I think what they meant is like, well, it's going to be arriving in Israel. So I'm guessing maybe what happened is someone at Haaretz saw the title of that video and said, oh, Reuters is reporting that the ship has arrived in Israel. But Reuters actually hasn't reported that as far as I'm aware. So I'm aware that there is a Haaretz headline saying that, but there's literally no text at all explaining that, and it's on a page full of Reuters reports, and the report of it happening is 9 hours ago. So I don't trust that headline over there on Haaretz. Hasselhoff says seems like one expensive bluff. Bass, our viewer, thank you, Bass, thinks this would not kick off while Trump is on the road. How long is he supposed to be away? So, according to the White House schedule, thanks for the question, according to the White House schedule for Trump, his schedule says for the weekend that he is heading to Florida from Texas. And it doesn't give a schedule, but basically he will be heading to Florida from Texas. He's leaving Texas now and he's heading to Florida. And he's going to be in Florida until Sunday night. It's going to be at Mar-a-Lago, I assume. Thank you, Bass 3003. Thanks also, NMC 2230. NMC says they already missed the window for primetime attacks. When Iran did training, they had large concentration men and materials at the ports for the exercise. Over 45% of their entire fleet was there. That's what NMC says. Thank you so much, NMC, for your report. Thanks also, Shadow Fox, who wanted me to check the ship tracker. I'll check. I would highly doubt. Well, you never can tell. The USS Ford is only going to be visible on ship trackers if it wants to be. And I haven't seen anyone posting today saying, here's the live location of the on trackers. So my guess is that it's not allowing itself to be publicly tracked, because I haven't heard anyone mention that today. I'm checking a couple things. I don't see I'm trying to find a good link to it. It's weird. I don't even know if it, like on marine traffic, if it even comes up if you type the name in. No record even comes up on USS Gerald R. Ford on marinetraffic.com. Yeah, some of our viewers are insisting that there was an aircraft carrier that went through. I'll rewind the stream again. I mean, we saw some lights, but I didn't see anything that looked like an aircraft carrier. I'm looking right now. Why our viewers are saying this? Look, I'm showing you right here. See the boat moving? I'm playing it forward here. See that boat? Is that an I don't think that's an aircraft carrier. I don't know, but you can see it moving there. I'm playing this at a much faster speed. People keep saying you missed it. It went through there. So I don't know that was an aircraft carrier. That was about 20 minutes ago. I mean, wouldn't it dwarf the other boats? But again, I have no information. I checked marine traffic. It's not on there that I see. No one I follow has reported that they have a live tracker of the Gerald R. Ford. Scoville says if it were there, it would be massive and you would see it. Isn't it the biggest aircraft carrier in the world? So let me say this, like the Gerald R. Ford is 337 meters in length. There are oil tankers that are bigger than that. How about height? Carriers are higher than typical oil tankers, though. Anyways. Is the USS Gerald R. Ford is 337 meters long. Also, yeah, I mean, some of our viewers are saying there would be other boats around it. Binary Hex said there would be tugboats. I would think there might be other U.S. boats. Again, as I've repeated many times, I have no information that you would see it on this screen. I have no information that it will actually arrive in this area. But AFP, who is providing this live shot, says this is Haifa, view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. Again, doesn't mean you'll see it on camera or it'll go all the way to the port. I don't know where it's going. But it was supposed to arrive near Haifa today. By the way, a quick update here. The LA school superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, has been placed on paid administrative leave pending an investigation after the FBI raided his home and the district's office earlier in the week. I don't know what to make of that, why he's been put on paid administrative leave. That's from ABC7. Hey, thanks, by the way, to... Sorry, I was going to thank a couple more people. Thank you, not November 420. How many U.S. ground forces are there near Iran's borders? I'm not aware of... There's no U.S. ground forces that have been publicly put there or amassed to be near Iran. Now, if you're saying, are there coincidentally ground forces that happen to be near their borders, I don't know how many there are. But no ground forces have been put in there to support this upcoming attack, and no ground forces have been publicly moved towards near the border to support this attack. President Trump has repeatedly said, I believe, no ground forces. Again, the question might be, are there ground forces in the area? Maybe. I'm not aware that there's any kind of huge force. Now, one of our viewers says CIA on the ground for sure. There could certainly be special operations forces. There could be special operations inside Iran for all I know. But again, I just don't know where various ground forces are and how close they might be to the Iran border. But that would be obviously a huge deal if there was a a regular force ground component to this. Nothing that the U.S. government has suggested that's going to happen. I'm just looking this up here. I'm seeing a report online that there's roughly to 30,000 to 50,000 troops of the U.S. in the region, and a bunch of them are in countries that share a border with Iran, but that doesn't mean that they're literally, the troops are on the border. Hold on. But there are U.S. forces in, I guess, Iraq, Kuwait, Jordan, and, for example, states like Qatar, UAE, and Bahrain. Thank you, No Not November 420, from Denmark. Thanks also, Birdman. Birdman, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Did you have an earlier post? Thank you, Birdman. What is, are you saying like a tracking site? I don't know what it's referring to, Birdman. Thank you. Thanks, 1ACD. One Act CD, I'm trying to find the report you mentioned. I haven't found it yet. One XCD, it's been in the Mediterranean for a while because it's been in, it was at Crete. The USS Ford was in Crete for several days. Thank you also, Melissa Moser. Thanks for being a member. Thanks to, sorry, I got to thank some more people. CAA 100, ACC 75, who says an aircraft carrier would have a lot more lights than the boat we saw moving a little while ago. This is just a tanker. Thank you, Michael Abbott. And Jay Gussie. Oh, Jay Gussie suggested messing with the brightness. Well, eventually I did. Michael thought that boat was the carrier. Most of our chat does not think it was the carrier. Thank you, John Oliver. Thank you, Not Night Vibe TV, who says, if the U.S. does not hit all targets first and missiles from Iran overload the systems, then, well, Houston, we have a problem. Thanks also, Andrew Schlegel and Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, if USA wants to have Israel involved, would they wait till after Passover? Well, the Passover dates this year are, I don't know that that would matter, are in April 1st to 9th. I don't know if the U.S. would work around any kind of Israeli holidays for planning this. That I don't know. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you also, Victory AHK, our member, Todd Muldrew, The Hurricane Ben, our member. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. Thanks again, John Oliver. I Love Cookies, our member. And Connecticut Illusions on Twitch. Persisting Anomalies on Twitch. Drunk Can't Cook on Twitch. Thank you. Shrocky. Warlord Gord. It is, hey guys, it's 3:34 a.m. Iran time. Patricia Gray said they mean Purim. Purim is Monday, March 2nd to Tuesday, March 3rd. Again, the Department of State said Secretary of State Rubio is going to Israel on March 2nd and March 3rd. Does that mean anything? I don't know. Could they just cancel the trip if they needed to? I'm guessing they could. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. VinCaf thinks nothing is going to happen at least tonight. Luis Camacho says, I don't think anything will happen this weekend. Let's do another poll. This poll is going to be very focused poll. Will U.S. attack this weekend? Yes or no? Yes or no answer. Simple question. Will U.S. attack this weekend? And let's show you what you guys have to say. Duchess says it'll be March 3rd. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm trying to do it on Facebook here. Save. Uh-oh. Facebook is not, it's not letting me save the poll. Oh no, now it's letting me do it. Activate poll on Facebook. Okay. I asked you guys, I said, will the U.S. attack this weekend? Yes or no question. And let's show you what our viewers are saying here. Over on YouTube. Oops, well, that's not it. Here it is, 60-40 on YouTube. 60-40. How about on Twitch? Oopsie. On Twitch, the poll is, ooh, look at Twitch. We have some disagreement now. 40-60. On Twitch, 60% of people say no. And on Facebook, I'll tell you the Facebook. Facebook is 64% yes, 36% no. So 60% yes on YouTube, 64% yes on Facebook, 39% yes on Twitch. We have a disagreement. VinCat thinks high chances something may happen tomorrow, but Trump is unpredictable. So why are people, I really do feel like a lot of people are really think this is close in a way they haven't for a while. Is it because the aircraft carrier is getting there? Is that why? Carlo thinks Rubio won't go on Monday if they've decided to attack. Wee Cook says by Monday at the latest. Douthis thinks people get impatient. One of our viewers claims metals are soaring in after-hours trading. The embassy stuff? Yeah, there's been some embassy stuff, but it's not like, I don't know. Like the embassy announcement today was that non-governmental, what was it? The actual announcement today was, if I can read it here, that non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel were authorized to leave Israel. Lucas Tomlinson of Fox said a similar evacuation was ordered 8 days before Operation Midnight Hammer. Daisy Clement says, why announce to your enemies? What are you going to do? All right, thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. I appreciate you voting in the poll. Brian Harper thinks Iran is laughing at the U.S.? A couple of our viewers have said they won't attack during Ramadan. Ramadan ends on March 19th. It is a holy month of the Islamic calendar. AZ Intel and BNO News posted about a Bolivian Air Force plane crashed. At least 12 people are killed in this Bolivian Air Force plane crash. Dreyer says, why attack? Hold on a second. I'm seeing a report here. I'm seeing an interesting report about Anthropic, maybe. Update. Update from Axios. The Pentagon, Axios is reporting that the Pentagon has agreed to OpenAI's rules for deploying its technology safely in classified settings, though no contract has been signed. The Pentagon appears to have accepted conditions from AI similar to those put forth by Anthropic. What a strange story. So Axios is reporting that the Pentagon appears to have accepted OpenAI's similar conditions for use of its AI technology. I don't know. So again, OpenAI, there was a big thing today where Anthropic in recent days has been saying, for example, they are saying we don't want our AI to be used by the U.S. military in certain situations, including the two big ones they highlighted were mass domestic surveillance and totally autonomous weaponry where humans are out of the loop. And President Trump said in a very angry post today, said that the U.S. government is going to stop using Anthropic. And Pete Hegseth posted that that Anthropic is being declared a supply chain risk to national security, and that effective immediately, no contractor, supplier, or partner that does business with the U.S. may conduct any commercial business with Anthropic, commercial activity with Anthropic. And President Trump called them today Anthropic. He said they're a radical left woke company, an out-of-control radical left AI company, he called them. So right now, a little short while ago, so there's been this question like, well, will the U.S. get some other AI company to replace Anthropic, the U.S. military? So Axios says the Pentagon has agreed to OpenAI's rules for deploying its technology safely in classified settings. They have not signed a contract, and that the Pentagon appears to have accepted conditions from OpenAI that were similar to the ones that Anthropic wanted them to accept. Anyway, so I don't know what's going on there. I'm just letting you know about that Axios report. The White House's Margot Martin just posted a picture of Whataburger on Air Force One. President Trump went to Whataburger in Corpus Christi, and there's the Whataburger on Air Force One. Gonzalez says, I'm guessing the other AI was saying the truth and Trump didn't like it? The time right now in Iran is, was it 3:48 a.m.? 3:48 a.m. 3:48 a.m. Our viewers keep mentioning the Pentagon pizza report. Again, it's fun to check it at Penn Pizza Report. At the same time, there have been many times during the last several weeks when pizza traffic ordering has been elevated near the Pentagon and nothing happened. They said 4 hours ago, they said various pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting high traffic. Evelyn mentioned the sunrise in Iran, if for those wondering. In Tehran, sunrise is at 6:37 a.m., which would be in about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Again, I have no information that there's supposed to be an attack tonight. I haven't been seeing like reports online or news reports that suggest, sometimes when these things are going to happen, you hear stuff in advance. We didn't really hear it with Venezuela, I'll say that. But I haven't really seen anything greatly different than the last several days. I guess the big thing is that, again, if that aircraft carrier is now in place, maybe that's something, but... The Economist had an article this week. What is Donald Trump's aim for Iran? And one of the things it said what does he hope to achieve? Is his aim to frighten the regime into a deal, in which case we would expect fairly limited strikes at first? Is it to decapitate the regime and do a deal with other parts of it, as he did in Venezuela? Or is it to sweep away the regime altogether, hoping that something more palatable and pliant emerges in its place? And even if his aims are modest, will he still feel compelled to hit Iranian missiles and launchers to preempt any strikes against American bases and allies? Pescanto det something or something thinks it's going to be tonight. RG says lots of commercial flights over in Israel and Iran. Something else that brings up that our viewer refers to, or implicitly refers to, is the fact we certainly have not heard any kind of things about airspace closures or anything. I don't know that we would hear such a thing. Would we hear such a thing? If the U.S. is trying to achieve surprise, would we hear about some sort of airspace closure? I don't know. I mean, as our viewer said, there are aircraft over Iran. That's a good question. I don't know. Peter thinks it's too late tonight for an attack. Oh, Ross Schneider thinks it's going to be tomorrow night. Dave Webb says you don't move that much equipment without using it. Prees says March 3rd. Cracked Piston says it won't be tonight. He will want to be in the war room. Nancy says they're going to switch it up and doing it during the morning or during lunch. Hoot thinks it's going to be during a weekday. Steve Bassett says, not tonight, tomorrow night. Oops, I don't need to leave this up there. I'll put the live shot on. That was a Flight Radar 24, the flight tracker we had up there. The Knights Palace says morning. Adrian says Sunday night. Bitcoiner says F-22s don't care about nighttime. Oh, I never ended the poll over there on YouTube. I just ended it right now. One of our viewers says too many commercial aircraft flying. Beth Mythical thinks if and when it happens, we won't know until it happened. Thanks, Casey. Casey Hook says, any thoughts about Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S.? I don't know anything about Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. I'll just say what I say about things in general. When you think about how Iran might respond, you need to think about, I think you need to think about what is their overall plan. Iran having sleeper cells in the U.S. do something is pretty much unfathomable that it would have some kind of huge effect on the U.S. military. So if Iran were to do something with sleeper cells, it seems to me that it would just invite an enormous U.S. response. So I don't really see the motivation for them to try to carry out an attack in the U.S. You have to ask, what does it get them, benefit-wise versus punishment-wise? So that would be my response. As I mentioned, Tyler Rogaway of the War Zone thought, well, maybe if their regime is fighting for its life, it might pull out all the stops, like use a weapon of mass destruction. But the point is that, there's got to be, in theory, a reason for them to do anything. And they have to think that the benefits are worth the costs. And that would seem, something like that would seem to have just to me, would seem to have huge costs. Just a thought. Anyways, thank you for the point, for mentioning it, Casey Hook, and for your support. Thanks, Casey Hook and Tony 320. Thank you, Evil Con Carne. I appreciate that, Evil Con Carne. Thank you. Evil Con Carne. Also, Night Vibe TV, who thinks there will not be passenger planes in Iranian airspace prior to an attack. But wouldn't that mean Iran has a heads up? Hellwolf mentions, thanks Hellwolf for Liberty. As we've repeated, the Oman foreign minister claimed today that Iran has agreed to make some concessions. As far as without getting into all the details, I have not seen any kind of report that says that the U.S. would feel that such concessions are sufficient. I've seen no report that, I saw what the Oman foreign minister said. I've seen no report saying U.S. and Iran reach an agreement. All I've seen is the Oman foreign minister claiming that Iran has agreed to make some concessions that he thinks are important. Like not stockpiling enriched uranium in Iran. But again, we'll have to wait and see. But I just want to clarify that that's the only report about that I've seen, is the Oman, who again, Oman has been involved in these peace talks and wants them to work. Thank you so much, Hellwolf for Liberty. Thank you, Dancing Israeli. And One Axidi, thank you. Dancing Israeli mentioned Afghanistan, Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, that's a story where Afghanistan and Pakistan have been involved, I want to say for months, maybe longer, in these limited hostilities. And then I guess yesterday, one of the government officials called it open war, but it's not all out war right now between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just to mention that briefly. Like the Wall Street Journal had an article today saying Pakistan calls conflict with Afghanistan open war after cross-border attacks. At the same time, that same article points out that there is a long-running conflict between Pakistan and Afghanistan's Taliban regime. And they say that in that article, they talked to an expert on the topic who said, if I can find it here, an expert they talked to about the topic in their article said he does not see a full-blown war erupting between the two countries. He said he thought Pakistan would likely engage in more border fighting and airstrikes, while Afghanistan could launch more militant attacks within Pakistan. So, again, I'm not aware that there's any kind of full-blown war going on between them. Regarding Afghanistan and Pakistan, they talk about fighting between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Reuters has an article about it. They say, at the heart of the conflict with Afghanistan is Pakistan's accusation that the Afghan Taliban provides support to militant groups. Although tensions have simmered along their 1,600-mile frontier for months, says Reuters, following clashes last October, Friday's fighting is notable because Pakistan's use of warplanes to hit Taliban military institutions instead of confining the attacks to the militants it allegedly harbors. These includes targets deep inside the country in Kabul. So we'll have to see where that all goes. Reuters also had a story today saying Afghanistan's Taliban rulers said today they were willing to negotiate after Pakistan bombed their forces in major cities and said the allies turned foes were in open war. The latest violence erupted after Pakistan's airstrikes on Afghan territory last weekend triggered Afghan retaliatory attacks along the border on Thursday, escalating long-simmering tensions over Pakistan's claim that Afghanistan shelters Pakistani Taliban militants. Afghanistan denies this. So I'll certainly keep keeping an eye on that. The New York Times called it the fiercest clashes in years between Afghanistan and Pakistan, escalating months of tension and border skirmishes into an open conflict. It is 4:05 a.m. Iran time, by the way. Let me read some more comments from you guys. Kevin says, don't think attack will be tonight. It's raining in Tehran. I just checked the weather and it says partly cloudy on Google. Yes, the background picture is a live picture, a live shot from Haifa port. That is a live shot. Brandon says, if only we kept the nuclear deal. Simon W. Barlow says, Iran will attack Israel in retaliation if attacked. I will download that Red Alerts app again. That I don't know. Hari Dev Thadavar says, won't happen anytime soon. Rubio goes to Israel on Monday. Well, I mean, they could just cancel that trip, though. Vincaf says, is the Marco Rubio visit to Israel on Monday a smokescreen? Mad Savage says, when are we going to war? Chemmaster says, will need to occur within 24 hours to limit stock market crash? Bossy Bill says, I expect U.S. Special Forces are already positioning, but probably for, what did Bossy Bill? Bossy Bill says tomorrow night. Robert Query thinks a 2-hour air attack and it's over, no troops needed. AP says, airlines such as Netherlands-based KLM have already announced plans to suspend flights out of Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion International Airport. And other embassies have also made plans for authorized departures from Israel and neighboring countries. Positive Vibration thinks it would be pretty weak if they didn't do something right. Our viewer, Old Robout Doors, says 2 more weeks. Oja Sherpa says, why would we ever strike in daylight? Danny thinks it's probably going to be next week. Aussie says costing so much money to get there. T-Wiki says it will happen early hours when they are sleeping. Dunko says everyone is an expert. Peter Morella says it's not happening, folks. Moonlight says lots of moonlight this week. Paul Stratton thinks this weekend. IB Kasparov thinks it's going to happen March 3rd. Hey, thanks so much to Elongated J. Elongated, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Cyrus the Virus, thanks for the membership. Thanks also, Stormy Dude, for being a member. Derez says in the next 8 hours. One of our viewers, Lolly Lollipop, says nothing will happen while Rubio is out of the country. Spudnik thinks it will happen when least expected. Desert Darlene says, I don't think anything is going to happen. Just a little background here on, the negotiations. Reuters says, U.S. seeks deal to prevent Iran acquiring nuclear arsenal. They say Iran has over decades developed an advanced and large-scale uranium enrichment program. While enriched uranium can be used as a fuel in power plants at various purity levels, at high levels it can be used to make nuclear weapons. Until Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran's nuclear facilities last June, Iran was enriching uranium to up to 60% purity, a short step from the roughly 90% that is weapons grade. Iran had enough material enriched to that level, if enriched further, for 10 nuclear weapons, according to an IAEA yardstick. The IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, has not been able to verify how much of that uranium stock remains. Iran has yet to declare what happened to it or allow the agency to inspect its bombed nuclear facilities. Iran's enrichment plants were destroyed or badly damaged in the attacks, though their exact status, like that of the uranium stock, has yet to be verified. The U.S. has said it wants Iran to give up enrichment. Iran has said it would never do that. While an agreement might include an initial phase in which Iran suspends enrichment, there are limited options in terms of what any deal might let Iran do with its nuclear program. One might be enrich it elsewhere. Perhaps part of a deal would be allow Iran to set up a joint venture outside Iran with one or more other countries. But Tehran has always rejected that idea as an alternative to enriching on its own soil. Also, perhaps highly limiting, allowing them to enrich to some sort of low level. The 2015 deal allowed Iran to enrich to 3.67% purity. Any deal would also need to require a thorough accounting of Iran's current stock of enriched uranium. Any doubts about that could trigger a new conflict. The enriched uranium they already had. As in 2015, says Reuters, a deal would most likely require the dilution or the removal of the currently enriched uranium and limit the number of centrifuges that could be used in enrichment and where they can be used. Since Iran knows how to enrich with advanced centrifuges and has an unknown number of those centrifuges stored at unknown locations, the risk of it enriching in secret could hang over any future deal. That makes verification, most likely by the IAEA, a central issue. Brown Eyes Blue says, I don't think the U.S. will attack. It's just a big show. Sigma says, no one actually knows if or when the U.S. will strike. Danny Borker says it will happen if Iran doesn't change soon. Our viewer Sekhev says, these things always happen when the media is the most quiet. Victor says, things will happen at night. Hey, thank you, Weather Geek. Weather Geek thinks the U.S. is waiting on either Iran or Israel to preemptive strike them, then enter the strike. You think the U.S. is waiting. Thank you very much, Weather Geek. Some of our viewers think that Israel could strike first. There's some claim that they think Iran would strike first. Hey, thank you to Frank V, who thinks it's going to happen at a random time, but definitely going to happen. At this point, I would not be surprised if it happened at any particular time. I don't think you necessarily have to wait, but I don't know that anything's going to happen at all. Daniel Fletcher thinks the U.S. destroyed their program for years. Michael Lausen thinks that the Ford will never be in the Haifa port. Big target that can't move. They will stay away in case of emergency. That's what Michelle Lausen thinks. Again, AFP said the aircraft carrier is expected to arrive. Doesn't mean it's going to arrive right here. And maybe it's already off the coast. I don't have any kind of reliable reporting where it is right now. PW360 said, I didn't hear this myself. PW360 says, Barak Ravid said on CNN F-22s are parked in attack positions and thinks we are 24 hours away at least. Yes, it is 4:21, I believe, in Iran. 4:21 a.m. Iran time. So CBS News says that the Omani foreign minister thinks a peace deal is within our reach. He told CBS News that Iran has agreed it will never ever have nuclear material that will create a bomb. I don't know what Iran has agreed to. He says the country's existing stockpiles of enriched uranium would be blended to the lowest level possible and converted into fuel, and that fuel will be irreversible, said the Omani foreign minister. He also said Iran was willing to grant inspectors from the IAEA full access to its nuclear sites to verify the terms of the deal. He said there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification. Thank you, Shadow Fox, who says, is there a... Oh, what is the ship in the middle? Hey, what's the ship in the middle that's moving? There is a ship right here. Is that a tanker? Where are we looking at? Right here. Thanks for the heads up, Shadow Fox. There is a ship that's moving, which I'm sure some of you were telling me in the chat. Is that just a tanker? I can't tell you. But you can see a moving ship on the screen. Looks pretty big, said one of our viewers. You know, tankers are actually, some of them are longer than aircraft carriers. I don't know. It is moving, though. What is the ship? You can see, look under me. Look under me. Hey, thanks, Shadow Fox. Look under me. Oh. One of our viewers thinks can you live track this ship? I don't know. I don't have like the super advanced marine traffic plan where it's like satellite tracking. So I don't know that I can see it moving on marine traffic. Marine traffic is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. But you can definitely see that ship moving. I'm going to marinetraffic.com and looking for Haifa. Is it? So our viewer thinks it's MSC Pratiti. It is moving. Yeah, that might be the ship. I'm going to show you in a second when it goes by, because you can actually see on marinetraffic.com Haifa Bay. And there is a ship that, there's only a couple ships that are actually moving. So, and that one is being live tracked. So I think that could be the ship. But if that's the ship, it's a container ship. Thanks to the viewer who mentioned it. See, look under me, right under me. Oh, thank you, Ian TQ2QU, who thinks the USA is banking on the fact that Iranian people will serve as their troops on the ground. Ian says, I've spoken to many Iranian friends. They all say what happened 50 days ago cannot be for nothing. They are ready. Hey, thank you so much, Ian from Canada. I appreciate that, Ian. Also, Brad C., thanks for being a member. I don't know if the U.S. is going to try to take out the regime in some way or greatly weaken it to hope there's some sort of revolt or something. I don't know. Wicked Code says that is a barge. We can see movement, though. When it's off the screen, I'll show you what marine traffic has. There it goes. Beth thinks it's a barge. So, as we watch it go out of frame, here is on marinetraffic.com. Here is Haifa Bay on marinetraffic.com. And one of our viewers thought maybe this was the ship. MSC Pratiti, which is traveling at 7 knots, position received 1 minute ago. And it is a container ship, the MSC Pratiti. So maybe that's it. It might be it. It is underway. So a lot of these ships in the bay are not moving. That one is moving. This one's moving too. Which one is this one? I mean, I guess it could be that one too. I don't know. But only a couple of the ships seem to be moving that are being tracked right now. That one's moving too. I don't know. Anyways, that's a pilot vessel. You can go to marinetraffic.com and you can look it up yourself. You can go to the map and just go to Haifa Bay and look it up. But maybe it's this one. I don't know. Electronic Progression says, uncredible. Thank you so much to Wildcat Mahone. Thanks, Wildcat Mahone. I appreciate that. Stefan thinks if the carrier comes, it won't be near ships. The other ships would move away. Thanks, Stefan. Or Stefan. Or Stephanie. Variety is reporting that Bari Weiss, who was appointed to lead CBS News by David Ellison in October 2025, is expected to play a major role in steering CNN if the Paramount Warner Brothers merger is approved. She has been seen as, well, I guess some see her as moving CBS News more to the right. Thank you, Samuel DeMarco, who thinks the Ford will be at least 2 to 3 nautical miles offshore. It needs space to maneuver against potential incoming ballistic threats. It's standard protocol. Thank you, NMC 2330, who thinks this is a doubling down bluff. At the most, a one-off strategic strike. All scenarios lead to unacceptable losses for U.S., says NMCT. Thanks, Firejack, who thinks the Ford would be in the area but not go into port. Thanks, Firejack. (3:01 a.m. Israel time and 4:31 a.m., I guess now 4:32 a.m. Iran time. Ashmada 8 thinks it's happening after Ramadan. Ramadan ends on March 19th. Sorry, a little sound came up there. Alien NYT thinks it'll be tomorrow night. I gotta take a minute here. I'm gonna fill up my water glass. We're gonna go a little longer here, but I need a minute. So I'm gonna disappear for a minute and leave the Haifa shot on. Haifa port shot on while I disappear for 1 minute. Hang on 1 moment. See, it says Steve will be back in 1 minute. Stick this right here. Give me 1 minute. I'm just disappearing. I'm coming right back. Okay. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Oh, you can't see me. One moment here. Our viewer Timothy Gill thinks the talks are done. Well, the foreign minister of Oman said there's going to be more talks next week. That's what he said. He said yesterday more talks next week. It is 4:37 Iran time. We did a poll earlier tonight, and the first poll we did tonight, over 50% of the viewers thought that that the U.S. would attack this weekend. Then we did another one later, and it was like 60% on Facebook and YouTube and 40% on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. Beth Mythical and Ruth are moderating over there. Thank you. On YouTube. And Big Ball of Yarn. LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thanks Arizona Toaster on the Twitch, who says, Uncle Tony said his barber Ralph said that his neighbor Louis says it's going to happen tomorrow. That's what Eddie, at least what Eddie the cab driver said his son's parole officer told him. Thanks Annie Cush for subscribing. Cece for the bits. Thank you. Also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us over on X. Big thanks. And our Facebook moderators as well. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks to, by the way, also to Barry Eisler for being a member. Thank you. Hang on a moment. And over on Facebook. Okay, Paul Anderson is modding. Thanks, Paul. Christy Claff, thanks for being a member. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers. Let me shout them out for a second. Wall Street and Shaggy and CC and Grant 74P, Rage Girly, Amalian, Annie Cush, Atomic Farting, Justin D. Winters, Devil Doc, all of our other Twitch subscribers, and our Facebook, our YouTube members, people like Sydney, Danny Borky, Barry, Doug Cahill, App Ellie, Evelyn in Maine, Barry, Dean R. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much to Pete J7W. That's really nice of you, Pete. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. I feel, just for whatever reason, again, maybe it's because the aircraft carrier is supposed to be getting there, if it hasn't gotten there already. I just feel like among the general public, I feel like a lot of them feel like something's going to happen this weekend. I'm getting the sense, I know people have been talking about it. It just seems to me that there's more people now who think something is about to happen. I just get that sense. Cody Snyder, our viewer, says, keep the diplomatic talks going. Iran will fold eventually. Make fishing great again thinks it's not going to happen for a week or so. U.S. doesn't like attacks on full moon, makes it easy to see the aircraft. BBC reports that in various Iranian cities, many are living through sleepless nights and anxious days amid continued speculation about a U.S. attack. President Trump today said he was not thrilled with how negotiations with Iran were going over his demand it not have nuclear weapons. The Washington Post says, amid rising hints that war might be imminent, the Omani foreign minister said with an interview with CBS that substantial progress had been made on key U.S. demands, and the Omani foreign minister thinks a deal on the broad parameters actually can be reached tomorrow. He claimed that Iran had agreed to irreversibly dilute its stockpile of near weapons-grade uranium to a neutral level, a natural level. Oh, I guess CBS released a transcript of the interview. The Omani foreign minister also claimed agreement had been reached on Iran's zero accumulation of enriched material in the future and submission of all its nuclear facilities to international inspection. But Trump, around the time that the CBS transcript became public, said in Texas he wanted no enrichment. And he said, I'm not happy. A plan that the Iranian foreign minister brought to Geneva on Thursday had proposed allowing uranium to be enriched to 1.5% to fuel a civil research reactor. Asked when he would make a decision on whether to attack, Trump declined to say today, telling reporters, you'd have the greatest scoop in history. Also, the U.S. deployment of air and sea military assets to the Middle East, the largest since the 2003 invasion of Iraq, continued today. Israeli media reported the arrival of nearly a dozen air refueling tankers at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, following the positioning of F-22 fighter jets at a base in southern Israel. As we mentioned also, today the State Department authorized non-emergency staff and family members at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem to leave Israel. And U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee said in an email to embassy staff, those wishing to leave should do so today. Trump and administration officials have charged that Tehran is intent on building a nuclear weapon and is developing an intercontinental ballistic missile capability to reach U.S. territory. The Iranian government has said for years it has no intention of producing a nuclear bomb, and international inspectors have said they detect no active plan to do so. U.S. intelligence acts assessed last year that it would take until 2035 for Iran to build an ICBM should Tehran decide to pursue the capability. It is 4:47 a.m. Iran time. Amada says they will make the deal and the attack will still happen. They want them gone. Eddie in Gambler, Ohio says when the lights and power go out, the attack begins. Rodder says, what if Israel strikes first before the U.S.? Super Boimo says Trump is playing 4D chess. Somebody, I think, had said they were looking at Air Force One on ADSB exchange. I don't know where it is. President Trump is flying from Texas to Florida. Have people been looking at it? I don't even know what the call sign is. Would be on. I forget what it would be on ADSB exchange. But maybe some of our viewers want to know. Any of our viewers in the chat know? Are you any of you watching ADSB exchange? The unsilent majority says won't happen. About to land in Florida? Is it close to Palm Beach? Oh, maybe I can find it myself. It's over Florida? Where? What is the 92,900 one of our viewers said? I'll check. He's close to landing. I'd like to pull it up here. I have ADSB exchange here. Oh, no. Oh, okay. ADFDF9? Oh, hey, our viewer did it. Thanks to our viewer. Look, whoever said that, thank you, viewer. Check it out, guys. This is ADSBexchange.com. Flight tracker. That looks like it could be it. Look at this. Bonus coverage. That's not on. Is that on Flight Radar 20? Is that on Flight Radar 24 or not? People weren't tracking it, but that's on. It's on ADSB exchange. I could check on Flight Radar 24. This is President Trump's plane. Mr. Hank says it doesn't show it. Sometimes it can. Sometimes I feel like you can track it. Again, you can see this is called adsbexchange.com. You can see in the top left corner. They're both good flight, very good. They're both great flight trackers. Flight Radar 24 and ADSB Exchange. Mikey thinks the VIP flight just landed in Palm Beach. Well, I don't know for sure that this is Air Force One. It certainly looks like it's either Air Force One or part of the convoy. This is, look, you can see, look at that. Left Corpus Christi. That's where President Trump was, in Corpus Christi. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Wow. ADSB Exchange. We're giving you bonus coverage. Just to satisfy myself, I'm going to take a quick peek over on Flight Radar 24, but I think people would be telling me if they could see it over there. But I figure I'll do a quick look. I'm looking and I'm not. Yes, I do not see it on Flight Radar 24. Oh, our viewer Ertu the Wind gave me one, which he said was the VIP from San Antonio. We're going to stick on this one right now. That, I think, my guess is that that's Air Force One. This is by the way, this is a publicly available flight tracker. I'm not getting super secret classified information. This is the flight tracker, adsbexchange.com, which any of you can go to. Unless there's, maybe there's multiple planes that were carrying people. So I don't know for sure that this is the one, but I mean, the picture looks right. Oh no. We'll come back to this. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. Maybe some people think, well, if something's going to happen, it won't happen. One of our viewers said it won't happen while he's traveling. Faytux News posted from Al Monitor a report that at least 5 embassies in Iran have fully evacuated their staff, including Argentina, UK, New Zealand, Ukraine, and Iceland. Oh, did the stream not pop up on X today? We've been having this problem where the stream... No, I'm live on X. No, the stream is literally on X. I can see it here. It's playing live right now. I can see it. I don't know why you said, are you not on X? I can see it on X. Axelrod thinks it's going to be sometime tomorrow. Thanks T.W. Baker, author, for being a member. Thanks LB5967 for being a member. Thanks Larry Talbot so much for your support. Thank you. I just saw a post from Negar Mortazavi, who's an Iran expert I follow. She said, one set of DC searing really optimistic signals on the Iran-U.S. talks from one set of DC insiders and warnings of imminent strikes from another. She says she can't remember a time when the U.S. bureaucracy felt this dissonant, disagreed so much on something so consequential. Oops, hold on one moment. This is ADSB Exchange, and that I think maybe is Air Force One. Certainly looks like it could be. That plane has been flying from Corpus Christi. You can see the picture of it on ADSB Exchange, and it looks. Oh, is it landing now? Does it land here? Oh, I don't even know which airport it lands at. There's Palm Beach County Airport. There's West Palm. So is it going to land right here? No. What's the altitude? Altitude 8,400 feet, 8,375 feet. Well, it doesn't seem like it's landing. Which airport does it fly to? Does it fly to, like, wouldn't it fly over here? Is there an airport over here? I don't know where it lands. Oh, there's an airport right here. Palm Beach International Airport. Isn't it going to Palm Beach International Airport? Yes, Barry says it's at 8,000 feet. That is presumably his plane. Lenny says it lands at West Palm Airport. Which one is it? Is this West Palm? It's that says Palm Beach International Airport. You can see it moving. Can I get it all on the screen? Let's see, hold on. Oh no, I didn't, that was too far. Here we go. Look, it's moving. Mar-a-Lago is in Palm Beach. It's right, if I can, well, I'm trying to. pull it up here for you. I think it's right over here. Is it around here? I gotta pull it up here. Hold on. Give me a moment. I'll figure it out. I don't want to. I want to just show the plane. We gotta keep the plane on the screen. There's the plane right there. You'll see it in a second. There it is. Oh, I think maybe it's more down here. I have to pull it up. It's here and maybe a little here. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Is that it right there? That, I think, is it right there. Right there. Is that it? Yes, Woodbridge Road. That's Mar-a-Lago Club right there. It's basically it's just a bit to the east of the airport. So that airport's pretty close to the club. It's quite close to the club. This is bonus coverage, guys, of President Trump's, I think it's his plane landing. Maybe some of you think once he gets back, something might happen. I don't know. Oh, the plane is really approaching now. It's really getting close. Look at this. Look at now. The plane is really getting close. The altitude is down to 2,900 feet. You can see it right here, 2,875. Get this a little bit. Oh my gosh, there it is. I made it a little bigger. You can really see it moving now. Wow. Someone claimed it's landed. Isn't this real-time tracking? I mean, I know Flight Radar 24 is real-time tracking. Is there any chance it's delayed? I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be real-time tracking, isn't it? Ma Florida claims it's delayed. I mean, I don't know. I mean, every time I've watched planes come in on Flight Tracker, they seem to be in real time. The thing I'd have to check is, I'm not going to check it right now, but sometimes like the news channels. One of our viewers says, listening to live ATC, it has not landed yet. Sometimes the news channels have the live shot of it actually landing. Anyways, look at this. Wow. Oopsie. It's really getting close. The altitude is 1,400 feet, 1,375. $12.50 now. Will this be President Trump's last trip before an Iran attack? I don't know. Why are we watching the plane? Because I think Trump is on it. I think. Carlos thinks bombs are dropping in 2 hours. Look at this. I believe that is Palm Beach International Airport. Maybe are we going to lose the tracking at the end? No, it's still there. It's still going. It's still being tracked. It's still being tracked. I think it's Trump's plane. I'm not sure, though. I mean, it certainly looks like it could be. It's either his or part of the entourage. All right, guys. It's basically altitude 0 feet. Altitude is now 0 feet. Breaking news. Altitude is 0 feet. Well, now it's minus 50. But anyways, looks like it's landed. Uncredible. ADSBexchange.com. You can check out this flight tracker there. ADSBexchange.com. That's it. Oh, there it is. Oh, now it's here. See, looks like it's here now. That's it. There it is. Okay. Short drive home for President Trump if he was on that plane. Let me just check. There's Haifa port. Let me see if any. Sometimes the news agencies have video that I don't have access to of him landing. I can confirm it just landed because I don't have the rights to it, but I can see a video of the plane taxiing. So it does not look like it was delayed. I am looking at a video of Air Force One taxiing right now. So that appears to be his plane. Hang on one second here. Why does this keep signing me out? I am watching the video right now, which I don't have the rights to rebroadcast. AFP has it. And they're just showing the plane taxiing. They say U.S. President arrives in Mar-a-Lago after trip to Texas. This is Haifa port in Israel. Live, you're looking at there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's President Trump is in it because it's being shown as President Trump lands back in Florida. What is it, 5:10 a.m. now? Hold on. Yes, I am still seeing the plane. I am literally looking at the shot, which I don't have the rights to, of President Trump's plane still on the runway in Palm Beach. So it's there, it's landed, it's still taxiing, but that was his plane. No, I can. I don't know if you guys can access it, but I have access. I pay the news agencies for footage, so I have access on their platform, but I'm not allowed to. I don't own the rights to it. You can't. I can't stream everything I have access to see on my computer. There's very specific rights. This is like the network pool, so it's like only the really big news agencies pretty much would have the rights to show it. But I can see it now, and the plane's still taxiing. Sometimes, often the news channels will show it, like Fox or something, but they're not showing it right now. But again, it's still taxing. The War Zone reports, which is a really good military news site, they say that satellite imagery from yesterday indicates that the aerial refueling aircraft formerly present at the major U.S. Air Force hub in Qatar, Al Udeid, have been moved. Moving assets out of Al Udeid Air Base, which would be among the highest priority targets for Iran if hostilities break out, would be expected ahead of a major U.S. operation against Iran, says the War Zone. I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. Meanwhile, dozens of aerial refueling aircraft, U.S. aerial refueling aircraft, are now stationed across Europe and the Middle East, including at Ben Gurion Airport in Israel, says the War Zone. The War Zone says Iran has refused to hand over its highly enriched uranium stockpile and has said it's unwilling to completely terminate its right to enrich uranium domestically. Last year, it said it would no longer cooperate with the IAEA, and that inspectors would only be allowed to return to the country if its right to enrich was recognized. Also under discussion is the fate of its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. U.S. military assets continue to flow into the region, says the War Zone. The War Zone, and they really know their stuff. Now, they posted this a number of hours ago, around 1:25 Eastern Time, about 7 hours ago. They said 7 hours ago that the USS Gerald Ford, is expected near the coast of Israel in the coming hours. This is interesting. For Operation Iraqi Freedom, there were 5 carrier battle groups assembled at the start of that in 2003. There's going to be 2 in the region for this, at least so far. So the War Zone says in the past days, U.S. military forces in the region have grown to the highest levels seen since the lead up to the invasion of Iraq in 2003, but it remains the case that there are not enough assets in place for an extended multi-week air campaign. The full inclusion of the Israeli Air Force could and likely would change this calculus. But the war zone says with the USS Ford carrier now in the eastern Mediterranean and additional assets trickling into the region, the window for a major air operation is now cracked open. That's according to the War Zone. I'm going to post the link to the War Zone article in the chat. TWZ.com. I really like their site. I just posted the link to the article in the chat, so you can read the whole thing if you want. Thank you so much, Jay Gussie. Jay says, for Maduro, Trump, Macro, and Pete were at Mar-a-Lago. Wonder where they are now. Could be a sign of something soon. Was Trump at Mar-a-Lago for the Maduro strike? I don't even remember. I can't remember. Did he do the press conference from Mar-a-Lago? I remember covering it. I can't remember. People are saying yes. Thanks, Larry Talbot, who says, can anti-regime take advantage of bombing? I have no idea, Larry. It's a good question. I don't know. Thank you, Larry Talbot. Thanks also, you mean forces that are against the, people who are against the regime. Thanks, the Kingways 7, T.W. Baker author for being members. Mr. Giggs thinks Israel and 2 U.S. carrier groups can wreak havoc in Iran for multiple weeks easily. Terry Morrill says, if we go to war with Iran, wouldn't Trump go to a bunker? I don't know that they think his safety, his personal safety is threatened. Maybe he'd be in some sort of situation room for an attack. I don't know. The time right now is what? Well, is it? 5:20 a.m. in Iran. Guys, it's 5:20 a.m. Iran time. I need to look tonight and figure out. Again, I'm not in my normal studio. I got to figure out about getting the clock on the screen. I know I can get a clock on the screen. Actually, I don't know. It's a little funky that way. If I was in my studio, I could. Zuli Teak thinks it's not happening tonight. Hasseldehoff thinks it's not going to be a day attack. X Reflection says no attack today. Oops, sorry. Florida Shell believes that Trump has begun multiple attacks at Mar-a-Lago. Hang on a moment here. One moment. Again, I feel like people really think that it's going to be, a lot of people think it's going to be this weekend. A lot of people think this. Donna Simmons thinks the aircraft carrier would not be on the shoreline. It would be a sitting duck there. Go3 thinks it starts at 6 a.m. dawn. Leaf Locker says nothing burger. Julie thinks tonight. Redwood thinks it's next weekend. By the way, I am planning on covering the Texas election primary, which is next Tuesday, I think. Isn't it next Tuesday? That's the plan. So, next Tuesday night, Texas election primary. Sharika says, I feel like he should be at the White House if it's going to happen. Boss of Nubs says, tonight or tomorrow for sure. Theme Marlin says 3 a.m. it'll happen. Well, local time right now, it's 5:24 Iran time. Dawson thinks Sunday evening. Tiger says Sunday night. Truth Society thinks you cannot miss the Eisenhower if it was pulling into a port at night. True Society thinks there will be a 30-mile perimeter clear from around the carrier. H thinks Israel always strikes right before dawn. That's what H thinks. Is that true? I have no idea. Because they want daylight for any retaliation? That's what H claims. Thanks, H, for writing in. Thank you, Matthew Bradford. I don't know how you have that. Matthew says someone just ordered 5 Domino's cheese pizzas to the Pentagon. I don't know how Matthew knows that. Thank you, Matthew Bradford. Also, thanks so much to Yusuf Al-Thawadi, if I read that right. Yusuf Al-Thawadi. Thank you so much. Yusuf. A new statement from Anthropic. So remember, today, Anthropic, the AI company, has said to the U.S. military that it does not want its AI to be used for mass domestic surveillance or fully autonomous weaponry. And today, President Trump angrily posted that the U.S. is going to the government is going to stop using Anthropic, and Secretary of War Hegseth posted an angry post about Anthropic. So Anthropic did release a rebuttal or a statement about this. Statement on the comments from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Earlier today, Secretary of War Hegseth said he is directing the Department of War to designate Anthropic a supply chain risk. By the way, under that pronunciation by Secretary Hegseth, he said that effective immediately, no contractor, supplier, or partner that does business with the U.S. military may conduct any commercial activity with Anthropic. So just really quick here, I haven't even seen this yet. They say Secretary of War Hegseth said he's directing the Department of War to designate Anthropic a supply risk. This action follows months of negotiations that reached an impasse over 2 exceptions we requested to the lawful use of our AI model Claude, the mass domestic surveillance of Americans, and fully autonomous weapons. He says we have not yet received direct communication from the Department of War or the White House on the status of our negotiations. Again, in their statement before they said this, we do not believe today's frontier AI models are reliable enough to be used in fully autonomous weapons. They say, for example, that's one thing. We believe mass domestic surveillance of Americans constitutes a violation of fundamental rights. Designating Anthropic as a supply chain risk would be an unprecedented action, one historically reserved for U.S. adversaries, never before applied publicly to an American company. We believe this designation would be both legally unsound, I'm sure they would sue, and set a dangerous precedent for any American company that negotiates with the government. No amount of intimidation or punishment from the Department of War will change our position on mass domestic surveillance or fully autonomous weapons. We will challenge any supply chain risk designation in court. Anyways, if you want to read that, you can go to Anthropic. It is 5:31 Iran time, a.m., 5:31 a.m. Iran time. Honest Woman says, I wonder how the Iranian citizens feel about this. Mongol Mama says, OSINT hobbyist here. They are ready to go anytime. Last step, the phone call. Watch for notices to air missions. NOTAMs. Then you'll know. But will you know? Will there be no? We were talking about this earlier. Will there be airspace closures? Because you think with airspace closures, that would mean it's not a surprise. Will there be airspace closures before stuff happens? I don't know. If there's an attack? I thought NOTAMs was originally notice to airmen, and then they changed it to notice to air missions. But Wikipedia says notice to airmen or notice to aviation. Well, on the FAA side right now, it says notice to airmen, so that's still there. That's the phrasing there. Oh, Wild Lurker says NOTAM got changed back under Trump to airmen. Is that what happened? Hold on. Yes, according to Google, it was changed from notice to airmen to notice to air missions. And then in February 2025, it was changed back to notice to airmen. Okay. It is interesting, Dan Premack pointed out, who I follow, that with Axios, that the Anthropic statement did not mention Trump himself in Trump's comments. It just mentioned the Hegseth comments. Don Coe says in the past B-2 strikes there were air closures over Iran. Were there? I don't remember. Gregory says hopefully no attack on Iran. Beef Eater says not happening, guys. No, I am not aware of any NOTAMs, new NOTAMs, notices to airmen. Oh, Marcia Kay mentioned that President Trump has exited his plane in Florida. Outstandingo thinks no strikes for at least 12 hours. Oh, there's a new Iran update from the Institute for the Study of War. Let's take a look at that. This is from the Institute for the Study of War. I will mention some of the things. I'll post a link to this in the chat, and I'll mention some of the things that they said in their daily update. They say the International Atomic Energy Agency cannot verify whether Iran has suspended all enrichment-related activities, according to a confidential IAEA report seen by AP. The IAEA report comes amid U.S. officials' concerns about Iran's nuclear ambitions. They say that they did not record any protests at Iranian universities or schools on February 27th. There have been some in recent days. No, there's not much of an update. There's not much of an update in this update. That's basically the update. All right. Don Coe thinks IAEA will be the hero. I don't know exactly where the carrier is. I have not heard any. The carrier left Crete on Thursday, and was supposed to reportedly get to the near Haifa around sometime, possibly Friday. But I haven't seen confirmation that it got to where it was going to go. AFP is showing this live video, and they say view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. I believe they mean expected to arrive in the area, not necessarily in the port. But I don't know. Maybe the Gerald R. Ford is where it's supposed to be. It's not. Maybe it's reached its destination. I do not know. I don't know. The sunrise in Iran is like 6:30 something, but I don't know when it actually starts getting like light. Is someone seeing a moving boat? We've seen moving boats on this shot sometimes. Some of them, we have seen some move. I don't have access to a live shot from Tehran. That I do not have. Here. Give me 2 seconds. Hang on a moment here. Somebody's got to change their avatar. $5:42. And that's Iran time. 5:42 Iran time. Israel time is 4:12. 90 minutes ahead, Iran time. Kind of wanted to wait until it started to become daylight in Iran. Wild Zoo says they're in Iran. Is that true? I can't confirm that. That would be neat. The Economist came out with an article about the fighting between Pakistan and Afghanistan. They say that Pakistan is fed up with the Afghan Taliban, which they accuse of harboring the Pakistani Taliban, who have unleashed a wave of violence in Pakistan in recent years. They mention how Pakistan and Afghanistan have now clashed in 4 of the past 5 years, but the scale of violence this week and the unaddressed grievances makes outside intervention harder this time. Pakistani jets yesterday struck military sites and ammunition dumps, and Pakistani troops attacked Afghan border posts. Pakistan bombed Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, and Kandahar, its second city, yesterday. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. OMP says nothing is happening. Trey Area says, I'm going to take a guess and say we strike tomorrow. Larry Stramfer thinks Trump has time to make a good deal. Some of our viewers said half hour. Do you mean like a half hour until it gets light in Iran? Brit thinks tomorrow night. Hey, thanks so much to Berea Beard. That's really nice of you, Berea Beard. Thank you. Oh, there's a moving ship. Hey, there's a moving ship. It's little. See the little moving ship? Guys, in the middle. A ship is moving in the middle. Small ship. I don't know if I can find this on the... I think that's a pilot boat. I think I can... Well, I don't know, actually. That might be a pilot boat because there is a pilot boat moving at 6.5 knots on marinetraffic.com, which is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. So I'm looking right now, and there is a... no, it's a cargo ship, it says. It says Pilot Khayyam, but it's called General Cargo Ship. It says it's moving at 6 knots. But it's not that big, so I think maybe that's it. I'll show you in a second. Well, I can't tell. How big is it? I'm looking here. Yeah, it looks, it's a decent size. I don't know. I don't know if that's a cargo ship or not. I can't tell. That one's moving. But you can see the ship moving right where my cursor, right where the arrow is. Right there. Not that, I don't think it's relevant to an attack on Iran, but. The other ship is, that they say is moving is, well, it's like a tanker ship too. You can go to marinetraffic.com and go to the Haifa Bay and see what they have listed. Hey, thanks, Ruth. That's so nice of you. Our moderator, Ruth. That's so kind of you. Thanks, Ruth. I got to thank all of the moderators for moderating in a second. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Susan Mann, for being a member. Thanks to Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth for modding. I very much appreciate it. Beth Mythical as well. And also Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thank you. Thanks also to Jarfile for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate on X, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson on Facebook who are moderating over there. Thank you. You can see that smaller boat moving, but I wonder if I can see it on marine traffic if I look again. I don't know. One of our viewers thinks it's a fishing boat. Hey, thanks to our member Dougie Fresh. It is now 5:51 Iran time? 5:51 Iran time? Yes. Maybe I'll go to about 6 a.m. Iran time. I mean, we're not doing 24-hour a day Iran watch here. I didn't even intend to stay on this late. It just seemed like there was a lot of attention being paid and people thinking it was going to happen tonight. I don't know when something's going to happen if it happens. I have no idea. But a lot of people are thinking it's going to happen this weekend. But it's at the time is Iran time is 5:52. Let me show you what for your own reference if you want to check it out. Marinetraffic.com, which I was mentioning earlier. If you go there, you can go to Haifa Bay, which I believe is what we're looking at, Haifa Bay. And I've been trying to find the ships that are actually moving. So like that one is moving at 3, well, that's 0.3 knots. That's not that fast. This one is moving at 1 knot. That's moving at 3.5 knots. Maybe this one. I don't know. Anyways, I was looking at the ships that are moving to try to figure out which one we were looking at. But you can go to marinetraffic.com. But I think that's probably, I have to imagine we're seeing part of this on what we're seeing on the screen is that area. Jace thinks Iran isn't worried. They know nothing will happen. Custard thinks everything is pointing to this weekend. Yeah, I said before a number of times, I don't have any information that we would actually see the carrier on this camera. Ian thinks Iran is confident they will survive Trump's attack. Let's see here. Here is what, guys, here's a statement from the Oman foreign minister who's been part of the negotiations. He's been optimistic today that a deal could be reached. He posted 3 hours ago, the Badr al-Busaidi, and he said, this is the Oman foreign minister. Hold on, you'll see it on your screen in a second. If you look here, look what he said. Good to sit down with Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation to explain that a peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran is now within reach, he thinks. No nuclear weapons, not ever, zero stockpiling, comprehensive verification, peacefully and permanently. Let's support the negotiators in closing the deal. That's what he says. Trey thinks that's a bunch of BS. Hey, thanks so much to Professional Piercer, who says stock market change soon? Looking like they are there and need to use the boomstick to make it worth it for the trip. That's what Professor Piercer says. I've seen some analysts say something like, well, with all this force there, President Trump, I've seen some analysts who say, well, with all this force there, the U.S. couldn't do nothing because it would look really weak. I don't know. But there are some who think, well, you wouldn't put all this force there and then just do nothing. Thanks to Jim Laddermill. Jim says only a fool would make a deal with Iran. Hey, thanks to Waltham Mass for the memberships as well. Thanks, Waltham. Thanks again, Professional Piercer. It's very kind of you. Thanks. Oh, thanks, Ruth, for the memberships. And thanks for modding. And thanks for the memberships, Ruth. Jace thinks it's just a show of force to get Iran to agree to a deal. PW360 says several pundits, including Barack Ravid, mentioned that F-22s can't sit on the runway a long time because it can cause mechanical issues. I didn't see that myself. That's what PW360 said he saw. I mean, are they always on a runway, or do you mean they can't sit in on a certain particular runway? Maybe maybe the point is they can't be in a certain state of readiness. I mean, maybe the point is if they're not in where they normally are located, then there can be risks to the planes that there wouldn't normally be. I don't know. Ruby Sandwich thinks nothing will happen tonight. Z-Tone says no way, all that equipment over there and they do nothing. Oh, another small ship. Oh, we have another smaller ship is moving. For those watching the ships. Oh, it's after 6 a.m. local time. It is after, I think we might be getting close, guys. We hit 6 a.m. Iran time right now. Now, I don't know when something might happen, but we're already now at 6 a.m. Iran time. By the way, there's a Cuban TV report about the speedboat attack. I don't know what they're saying, though. Let's check this out for a second. Hold on. I want to show you this. Oh, it's like a discussion or something.
Esté avanzando este proceso de investigación. Ustedes están
this is a Cuban broadcast. Hold on.
Y yo le pediría, en la medida en la que sea posible y la investigación lo permita, conocer nuevos elementos que ustedes vayan encontrando como parte de esta investigación.
Sí, cómo no. Nosotros, como bien decía, los hechos hablan por sí solos. Ver este arsenal aquí demuestra las verdaderas intenciones de estos individuos y continuaremos precisando un grupo de informaciones y elementos que se aporten en la investigación para establecer fehacientemente todo lo relacionado con este hecho.
Bien, el objetivo de hoy ha sido conocer la verdad de los acontecimientos. Y aquí, con la verdad, justamente en nuestro estudio. Como todos sabemos, la organización
just to let you know what this is. This is Cuban television talking about this incident in which a boat that Cuba said was registered in Florida approached the Cuban coast, and then they said it shot at Cuban forces, and then they said that they killed 4 people on the boat and 6 were injured. Yeah, I don't know if that's what I didn't really listen to this. I'm just checking it out. By the way, it's not. I don't have the video set up correctly, so it's a little cut off. There's that. That might be over. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, I think that was just. I'm gonna lose that right there. Hold on. I'll get you back to the boat. Here we go. Anyways, I'd have to go back and watch that. But there was just really quick to update you on that story. Just to update you on that really quick for those with us, I did want to mention that I don't know if they were saying that was on the boat. Moot says if all that it was on the boat, the story's even weirder. So Cuba said that the 10 people on that boat were Cubans, armed Cubans living in the U.S. who were trying to infiltrate the island and unleash terrorism. That's what the government said. An AP article yesterday said the AP was not immediately able to independently verify that information. Oh, and then the brother of one of the men identified by, hold on a second here. The brother of one of the men on the boat that the Cuban government said was killed. The brother of one of the men told the Associated Press he was mourning his brother's death, but lamented that his brother fell into what he called an obsessive and diabolical quest for Cuba's freedom. He said his brother, who was a truck driver and an American citizen who lived for more than 20 years in the U.S., left behind his wife, mother, 2 sisters, and a daughter who was pregnant. No one knew, he said, of his brother's plans. My mother is devastated. So that was the brother, apparently, of one of the men on the boat who was killed. And then another man identified by the Cuban government had been interviewed in 2025 on a U.S.-based news site that has long called for a change of government in Cuba. And this man was quoted as saying he wants to support the struggles that Cubans face, especially in the eastern part of the island, to achieve the freedom that is needed. Anyways, I have to go check back up on that. But I haven't read much on it today. But the Cuban embassy in the U.S. said that the 10 armed individuals intended to carry out an infiltration for terrorist purposes. They said they seized assault rifles, handguns, improvised explosive devices, Molotov cocktails, body armor, telescopic sights, and camouflage uniforms. And they said they were all Cuban nationals living in the United States. Anyways. Okay, so look. It is currently, guys, the time right now is Iran time. It's 6:10 a.m. So look, I don't know if the U.S. is going to attack, if so, when, but I don't have an Iran cam myself right this second, but my guess is that it's getting light there because sunrise, I think, is around 6:35 or something like that. Hold on one moment here. Give me one moment here. Update on Mexico? No, I don't. I don't have one ready for you, an update on Mexico. And we've been on the air so long. Thank you, Justin Blair. Maybe we'll talk about it on a future stream. I don't have the energy to start researching it now. I don't have a ready update on Mexico for you. But that's a whole other interesting topic. So I don't, though. But maybe we'll talk about it on a future stream, Justin Blair. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is a live shot right here. We do see boats moving sometime on the shot. Hold on. Anyways. So I think at this point, I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. Now, I don't know if or when there will be some sort of U.S. attack. But at the same time, if it happens and we're not on the air, I'll just come on the air. That's what happened. I mean, what happened with the Venezuela attack is I just started hearing reports about explosions in Venezuela, and I came on the air. We weren't already on the air. So, anyways, well, it's I appreciate people tuning in to the broadcast, and it's been interesting discussing the whole topic with you guys, and certainly we're going to be keeping an eye on this story. I wish I could tell you more information about if and when something will happen, but I have no idea. So, I would suggest you subscribe and follow the channel if you want, but also turn on the notifications. We have a notification system where you can sign up for free, and you will get sent a notification before we go live every single time. It works really well. We do it through Discord. And the mods will post the link to sign up to the notifications in the chat. You can find the link to the description in the description of this broadcast to sign up for the free notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description. But sign up for those so you get a notification when we're going live. Also, you can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV if you're on X, because I always post on X too when we're going live as well. Again, I'll be certainly keeping an eye on this, and if there's big news, we'll cover it. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But again, I really appreciate people joining the broadcast tonight. I really appreciate you all watching, and I appreciate people sending me updates and sending in their comments and questions and letting me read the comments and questions on the air. Thank you so much. We'll have to see what happens. By the way, thanks to Pete 1987 and RN4 Vets NY for being members. Huge thanks to our moderators who have been here. They are always here. A lot of people in the chat, and the only reason we can have our chat rooms is because our moderators are there to keep things under control. And keep things respectful. So huge thanks to our moderators, people like Ruth and Janet B and Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen over on YouTube. Thank you so much for being there. And on Twitch, people like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, and all of our Twitch moderators. Shout out to Gator Nor, by the way, for support on Twitch, and Love Francis 2 and Zero Dark 30. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over there on Facebook have been modding, and huge thanks. Linda Bell, Clary, Misha moderate for us on X. Huge thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is so nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist, who allow me to be able to buy footage like the footage we've been watching tonight. So I greatly appreciate your support. That is so nice of you. If you ever want to donate, you go to Agenda Free. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thank you so much. Hopefully I thanked everybody. I think I got everybody. I think. Do a quick check here. Yeah, some people have sent me links to there's some people online that claim to have some Iran cameras, so I can't just steal those cameras. I don't know where they're from. Some of them certainly could be legit, but again, I can't just steal stuff off the web, so I appreciate you letting me know. And I can keep an eye on some stuff, but I can't just take everything off the web myself and put it on my channel. But thanks for sending those links in. All right, so I also want to mention I will be posting updates on my X account, which is at Lookner. That's where I post breaking news. When we're not on the air, you can follow me over there at Lookner on X. And as I mentioned before, at Agenda Free TV, I always post there before we're going on the air, so you can get a heads up at Agenda Free TV about when we're going live. and updates about the channel. So follow those if you're on X. And let's see here. What else did I want to mention? Oh, for people watching, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free that a bunch of our viewers like doing. It's on Discord, our Discord chat. Check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the link to the free notifications. And big thanks to our Discord moderators as well for all the help on Discord. Thank you. And for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. It's another good way to find out when we're live. If you'd like, you can. Oops. Hold on a second here. You can. I'm trying to put it on the screen for you right now. You can. Here. I got it. What you can do is you can, to turn on YouTube notifications, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell, and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click on the bell, choose all notifications. That's how you turn the YouTube notifications on. If you're already subscribed, click on the bell and choose all notifications. Oh, thanks, Wolfie Live. Hey, Wolfie Live, thanks. Wolfie, I guess, is in the Discord. Thanks, Wolfie Live, for your support. And hold on, I'll get this shot back on. Moon Buffalo thinks it's about to happen. Ma Florida says something doesn't work on Chrome. What doesn't work on Chrome, Ma Florida? The notification sign up? Yeah, I would rely though on, I would sign up for our free notifications, the Discord ones. Those are the best. Hey, huge shout out to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. People like Jennifer Ellers and Michael Clayton and Barry Eisler and Christy Claft and Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body. Huge thanks for supporting the channel. Just hold on a moment here. And subscribing. Oops, hold on a second. Kristen McConnell Gates as well. Oh, Shannon Davis Hughes was moderating. Hey, Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for moderating as well. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, huge thanks. And our Twitch subscribers, like Naomi Russo, Ma Florida. Ma Florida says the notifications don't work on Chrome? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know. Do you mean Chrome notifications? Thank you, Chi-Town Bear, for being a subscriber. Amalian, Love Francis, Wall Street Shaggy, Justin D. Winters, Tater Mong. Thank you to Wall Street. I said Wall Street already. Flip My Bit. Thank you for subscribing. Sandy Doggo. A cup of tea, please. Thanks also Anonymous Gifter, who gave a subscription. Thank you. Zero Dark 30, thanks for subscribing. And also all of our other Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. Big thanks. Platinum Dose, the one and only Marcus Plain Spotting Germany, Pat W., Hugh Crummond, Evelyn in Maine, George Hamill, Gary Baines, Eric Johnson, Noob Sabbath, Riz Clips, PB Andre, CAC A13, Eric Johnson, Patricia Grace, all of our other YouTube members, big thanks. Andrew Morris thinks the U.S. will not attack. And everybody else for watching, all of our other viewers. Trucha Tio. Benny Hill, thanks for being a member. B. Earhart. Evelyn in Maine. Ma Florida, I saw your note. If there's a big problem, Ma Florida, let me know. You can write to me on X at Lookner if there's a notifications problem. Or actually, a good thing to do is just message the platform. Let them know it's not working. Hired Gun thinks March 18. Thanks Kay Folsom for being a member. Sharon Patton for being a member. Ben Van, thanks for being members. Thanks Dethrone for watching. KK for watching. Again, if there's big news later tonight, I can come back on the air. Kelly Lee Racefield, thanks for watching. Don Carlson, thank you, Don, for watching. Thanks, Don. Oh, you know what? For some reason, the last few minutes, I didn't have that back up on the screen. I don't know how long that wasn't up for. I think what happened is when I put the Cuba thing on, I took that off. How long was that not up for? I just realized it was missing. I think just to the last few minutes. Sorry about that. Somebody was asking, where are we looking at? So I had it up there the entire broadcast. Oh, thanks so much to, again, RN4 Vets NY. Thank you so much for the memberships. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Billy Anderson, for watching. All right, it is time, guys. Fred Astray, Simp Nasty, thank you. A lot of these are tanker ships, I believe. Those are not U.S. You're not looking at U.S. military ships, I don't believe. I believe those are mostly tanker ships. Go on marinetraffic.com and you can see what's in Haifa Bay. All right, guys. So I am wrapping this up. And look, to repeat, the reason it says up there, AFP, which is doing the live shot from Haifa, they still have it saying, view of Haifa port as USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier expected to arrive. I'm assuming they mean arrive in the area, not necessarily arrive at the port. So that's why it says that. It says AFP says that because they're still saying it. So. But as I was saying before, I don't know that you'd be able to see it on this camera, even if it did arrive. Maybe it'd be near Haifa, but not there. Anyway, so I am going to wrap this up. But as I said, we can come back on and do coverage if there's big developments. Brian Jennings thinks they will make a deal and no war. All right, so that is it for now. We have been bringing you an update on the situation in Iran, and we will keep an eye out for more developments. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.